Jonesboro, Illinois. We'll now bring in Class 5 early spring bull calves. Back over in the Simmental ring, we have the results of Class 17 percentage females. First place went to back number 60239, Buck Creek Ranch of Yale, Oklahoma, with BCR Time to Shine J080. Second place in that class was exhibited by Claire McIntyre with Wallace Travel Gale 191J. Third place was exhibited by Paisley Van Horn. Fourth place, Laramie Sasser. Fifth place in that class exhibited by Moran Harper. Sixth place was exhibited by Blake Steele. Seventh place in that class, Bentley Hill, and eighth place exhibited by Kendra Gomez. Now currently in ring 1, we have Class 18 percentage Simmental heifers born April of 2021.
Well, I think as we get to the Shorthorn Bull class here, if we just study this bull that wins outside the context of this class, he's got a lot of things that I like. Boy, he's really bold and got some bulk to his center's cavity there. I like the authentic roll that he drops out of his spine with, and it's the same story we get behind the cattle. He's big square pin, got a lot of power, balances up awfully well from the side. He's maybe one that's not the most limber in terms of his skeletal makeup, but he still catches his step every time. He just maybe not quite as fluid. You know, my biggest qualm with this guy is, I mean, I just think he's awfully far along for a bull that's supposed to be 9 months old. I just don't think he looks like he fits the class. But I thought from a quality standpoint, he was the bull that, probably needed to win this class. I definitely entertained starting the bull here in second. This guy just does have a little bit more athleticism. I think his length of hip is more conducive to his rear stride here. He's a bull that's really long and extended up front. He's not as masculine as the bull in front of him, but that's okay. I think he looks more like an April bull calf to me should. If I could just change this guy a little bit from behind, he'll want to taper just a little bit from hooks to pins, and at times when he tempos up here on the go, he'll kick up in his spine. But a nice bull to stand in the 2-hole. A lot of things that I admire about the bull that comes here in 3. This guy is big-bodied. He's really a bull that gets out here well in terms of his structural correctness. I think this bull's not eccentric from the profile. He's not as extended up through his front end, but his height-to-length ratio works very in concert to me, and I think it balances up and all makes sense. He's probably a bull that's just a little plainer in terms of his shape and maybe not quite as cool up through his front end, but I think that one's got a good future in making some females. Like a lot of things about the bull that turns the corner next, the red-necked roan takes a big, long step. Boy, he's got a lot of bone underneath him, and you get directly behind him, he's got a lot of hair, but boy, he's a big square pin bull as well. I think if that guy kind of does the right things here on feed and kind of bellies down, I think he could certainly be a nice one in time as well. We close the class with a big white bull here. He outlines with a tremendous amount of quality. I like the length of front end that he's got, the strength that he's built into his top line. Maybe a bull that just needs a little bit more punch when we get behind the cattle.
Well, congratulations. Over here in Ring 2, we have the results from our last class of Shorthorn Bulls. First place in Class 5 was exhibited by back number 50335. CCS Can't Stop 43J, exhibited by Don Cagwin of Virginia, Illinois. Second place in that class was exhibited by back number 50345. BSC Hush Money 0421J, exhibited by Riley Bivens. Third place in that class was exhibited by Dason Cash. Fourth place exhibited by Hale Farms. And fifth place in that class exhibited by Mark Haushalter and Jim Compton. Now currently in Ring 2, we have Class 6 Early Spring Bull Calves. Back over here in the Simmental side, we have the results of Class 18. First place was exhibited by back number 60256, Sloan Curtin of Oxford, Iowa, with Weiss Miss Ruby. 12J. Second place in that class went to back number 60259, Trenopole Farms and Cheyenne Bennett of Middletown, Indiana, with STCC PFK Miley 45J. Third place in that class was exhibited by Riley Abney. Fourth place exhibited by Samantha Roberts. Fifth place in that class, Nolan Goring. Sixth place, Delaney Chester. Seventh place in that class was exhibited by Courtney Keaton. Eighth place was exhibited by Lone Tree Simmentals. Ninth place was exhibited by Jacob Sansom. 10th place in that class exhibited by Riley Martin. Now currently in ring 1 we have class 19 percentage Simmental heifers born April of 2021.
Got an awful nice bull to lead off this class over here in our Shorthorn show. I think this guy's a pretty commanding winner. Boy, he is just huge-bodied. He's the type of bull that you certainly like to replicate, just the practicality that he has, and love to have a set of keeper heifers that all emulated this type of rib design and balance and style. He still looks like a breeding bull. I think he's awfully impressive. The crest of his neck, big testicled for this stage of the game. He's got some bone underneath him as well. Gets out here and catches a step every time. Like a big, fast-growing bull, you might anticipate at times he might be just a nickel stiff, but he's a sound, structured bull that I thought won the class pretty handily. I probably think the bull in second's more realistic in terms of his performance and just his weight per day of age. Actually seems more in line to me for a March bull. This guy's got a nice look up front. I think the angle that his neck shoots out of his blade is certainly very aesthetically pleasing. That guy's really strong in his top. I like the stature that he has here. You know, he maybe cuts up in his flank and his twist line just a little bit there. A bull that could release his pastern with just a little bit more flex would get the cattle on the go. Certainly appreciate a lot of the performance the bull that comes here in third. And I think this narrative is confirmed by the fact he's just got so much depth of body and a big outline bull there. I like that he's accomplished a high weight per day of age. I just wish maybe he got there a little different fashion. I think most of his performance is maybe just a little bit more frame. If we could maybe tone him down a little bit in terms of frame score and give him a little bit more power, he'd probably fit my personal taste just a little bit better. Bull that ends up closing this class, I think this guy looks like a viable candidate to make great females. I think frame size, he might look a little small framed in this class, but relative to the world, that's probably not a small March bull. We just got some in here that maybe are a little bigger than what they ought to be. This guy, I think his body is awfully good. I think he's got an easy flesh and look out here that I admire. He maybe starts just a little straighter in his knee and his hock, but certainly like the rib and the practicality he exemplifies from the side.
Well, congratulations. Congratulations in our Shorthorn ring. Results of Class 6. First place was exhibited by Paint Valley Farms. Second place exhibited by Trevor Beckstrand. Third place was exhibited also by Paint Valley Farms. And fourth place exhibited by Bryce Moffitt. We'll now bring in Class 7 early spring bull calves.
Well, in our bull show, we definitely got a standout that comes to the front here. Boy, this guy is about as good make looking as what you can make him. And then I'm just enamored with his feet and legs. This guy's foot shape is extraordinary. I like the spread he's got to his toe, the depth, the durability of his heel there. Really cocking where his neck comes out of his shoulder. He's got a tremendous amount of body. Structural correctness is certainly worthy of exponential replication, and then he just got so much look. He maybe could, give him just a shade more power, a little bit more vertical in the angle to his shoulder. Consequently, he's just not as athletic out of his front skeleton as that big-time bull that wins this class. Bull that ends up here in 3, I thought it was close between 3 and 4. I think this guy's maybe accomplished just a little bit more in terms of his performance profile. I like the extra length and stretch. I think that bull's going to be able to push down the scales a little bit more impressively. He's probably a bull also that I think is a little bit more accurate as he tracks away from hock to ground. Maybe gets a little lackadaisical in his top. Maybe a bull that's just not quite as smooth as the individual as some of those bulls in front of him. Bull that closes the class got a tremendous amount of muscle. My favorite view of this guy is stopped and parked from behind because that's where he shows off all that extra expression that he's got up high. Certainly like that the turn to his quarter that he represents from the profile as well. Tracking away, I just like to see him a little safer. A smaller footed bull kind of wants to push his weight to the outside of his hoof wall there and roll in his hock, but a nice set of 4 bulls in this particular class.
Well, congratulations. Back over here in the Shorthorn ring, results of Class 7 early spring bull calves. First place went to back number 50364, CF Payweight XET, exhibited by Kate's Farms. Second place went to back number 50366, Little Cedar WF Lookout 2160, exhibited by Armstrong Farms, Little Cedar Cattle Company, and NX Farms LLC. Third place in that class was exhibited by TSW Cattle, and fourth place exhibited by Carolee Baker. We're now going to bring in your first and seconds over here in ring 2, and our judge will select his champion reserve early spring bull calf. Back over in the Simmental ring, the results of Class 19. First place went to back number 60279, Connolly Cattle of Sulphur, Oklahoma, with STAG Valerie 31J. Second place in that class was exhibited by Glennies McKirk of Kingman, Indiana, with J. Saul Sandy 1239J. Third place in that class exhibited by Buck Creek Ranch. Fourth place was exhibited by Kylie Callis. Fifth place exhibited by Jones Show Cattle. Sixth place, Bryce Mowbray. Seventh place is exhibited by Joseph Martinez. Eighth place in that class exhibited by Piper Steely. Now in ring 1, we have Class 20 percentage Simmental heifers born March of 2021.
Well, we got an extraordinary set of bulls out here. 3 class winners that I think certainly represent the breed and show the promising future that we got in front of us here. If you folks standing ringside don't mind, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. I think as we bring those cattle back out here, they've all got some things that I like. The natural shape and expression and power of the bull that wins this first class is awfully impressive. A bull that's really big testicled as an individual. He's probably just the most progressive in terms of the turn to his rib cage. And a bull that still balances up well from the side. He's maybe got a tendency to run downhill just a little bit, but I think that guy's still got a great image here from the profile. We talked about him maybe being a little quicker, maturing as an individual. Maybe we could loosen him up, but I think that guy's a bold, punchy bull that's still got a tremendous amount of balance. He's got a bright future in front of him. I like kind of the cow-making pieces of the bull that wins this second class here. I talked about, in the cattle industry, obviously, we got to be able to generate performance, but we need to do it in the right fashion. And this is the type of bull that's moderate frame, but he's still got enough length of body and stretch and extension that he's going to push down the scales and weigh something here. But you'd certainly love to have a set of heifers that all emulated just the depth of body that he has, the practical make that he does as well. I think that bull sound structured as an individual. He's maybe just not quite as elite in his skeletal makeup, not as fluid in the way that he operates out of his hock, and maybe a little more stoved up front relative to another sire out here. But relative to the mass and power that he has, boy, he's awfully impressive. We talked about the bull that wins the last class, and I certainly don't want to go on all day. I'm going to try to be quick, but I just got to brag on this guy in terms of his structural correctness, his look. He's the type that you'd love to have a set of, and worthy of really exponential replication in terms of the way that he's put together there. I also want to commend just the condition that he's in. He's not near as fat and far along, and I like that. I think that looks like a bull that's got more future in front of him. And as good as he is, you don't need to have bulls, that chubby. So the bull that looks like his future is even going to be a little stronger moving forward. So there's one I like out here awfully well. I think it's close for reserve. We're going to use the bull out of Class 3 for champion. Class 2 is going to follow up and be reserved. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in the Shorthorn ring. Your champion early spring bull calf will get a back number 50364, CF Payweight XET exhibited by Kate's Farms, and reserve champion goes to back number 50361 exhibited by Paint Valley Farms. Congratulations to those exhibitors at this time. We're now going to bring in Class 10 junior bull calves. Well, congratulations. Back over here in ring one, results of Class 20, percentage Simmental Heifers. First place, exhibited by back number 60287, Peyton Hartle of Arbuckle, California, with J. Saul Glamour Girl 1116J. Second place in that class was exhibited by back number 60289, Hank Hanza of Lawton, Oklahoma, with SNS Pegs Fool's Gold 150J. Third place in that class, exhibited by back number 60297, Brock Cottrell of Lawton, Oklahoma. Fourth place in that class, exhibited by Judson Dorman. Fifth place was exhibited by Riley Smith. Sixth place, Cash Handsaker. Seventh place in that class was exhibited by Ty Kitzrow. Eighth place went to Micah Reamer. And ninth place, Allen Farms. Now over in ring one, we have Class 21 percentage Simmental Heifers born March of 2021. After this class, we will be selecting your first division here in your percentage Simmental show.
Boy, it's a lot of fun to work through this bull class. We got some really intriguing breeding pieces out here, and certainly wouldn't argue if you lined them up a little different based on your breeding objectives and what you need in your program here. I thought the bull that led off to me is the most problem-free in terms of just his basic build, and boy, this is one heavy-duty stout rascal. I really like just how masculine he is. His crest is extremely pronounced. He's just the shape to his brow and his jawline certainly reads like a breeding bull out of there. And then we get down low at his foundation, he's just a really heavy structured bull as well. You know, maybe a bull that could be just naturally a little softer, but I still think in his heart, but boy, that's an awful good bull to win this particular class. Thought he did so pretty handily. I like the stature and the outline of the bull that comes in second, and his guy's a little deceptive. He's so big and extended from the profile and got that image that we certainly kind of naturally gravitate towards. You don't anticipate him to be just as big and broad as pin set as he is, and that guy's actually really impressive up high as well. Maybe could dial him back just ever so slightly in the angle of the shoulder. That's kind of the trade-off. I like the altitude, the height, the front end he's got there, but to accomplish that, maybe he gets just a little forward in his knee, but awful good bull to stand in that two-hole here. Bull that stands in three is probably just got a little bit more just center body capacity. This guy's got quite a bit of volume of muscle when we get behind the cattle as well, and I think just his frame size looks like it's conducive to making replacements as well. He's one of them bulls that the longer he stands, he'll start to settle down and get a little easy in his top line. Another one maybe that'll splay out a little bit up front. I think that's predicated by maybe being just a little vertical in his shoulder set. I like the heaviness of bone of the Strawberry Roan bull that comes next. This guy's big testicled, masculine, and got a tremendous amount of body. And I think all those attributes certainly lend him some credence as a good potential herd sire. You know, he's one I just wish he organized himself a little bit more collected. His shoulder blade sits a little further on the outside of his body there, and then a bull that maybe gets a little low in his pin in concert with being a little off in his top line. Bull that falls next, this guy stopped and parked is awfully good. I'll tell you what, this is a cool dude. He's really got a neat look up through his front end. I like the stoutness that he's got at the ground and get behind the cattle. He's probably as consistent from hooks to pins as any of the cattle out here. Young man, I appreciate how honest you got this guy in terms of his condition. I think he's exactly where I'd like to see him at. He probably stands just a little posty off his hind leg, but that's an awful good bull just in a really deep class. Same could be said for the bull that comes next here. Another bull that's maybe got a little bit more stretch and performance as an individual. I like the strength that he's got built into his top line, how neat his tailhead is, his hip and hind leg and posture is certainly very aesthetically pleasing as well. You know, he's one that'll splay out just a little bit up front and maybe a bull that's just not quite as opened up and sappy through his center body as an individual. Bull that falls next, the solid red bull, one that I like in terms of where his neck comes out the top of his shoulder. I think a bull that's awfully expressive when we get behind the cattle. And, as an individual, he's one that maybe reads just a little shallower in his body design there. Just like to aid him with more practicality to make sure he can get his job done in production and get some cows covered. Then the bull that closes the class comes just a little bit more moderate package. I like the fact that he's actually relatively deep in his heart relative to his frame size there. You know, he's one that's a little bit more generic in his hip and hind leg design, maybe a little fragile in terms of the way he meets the surface.
Well, congratulations over here in Ring 1. Results of Class 21. First place was exhibited by back number 60312, Rockin' P in Circle M of Maysville, Kentucky, with Wallace Travel Gal 172J. Second place in that class was exhibited by Tim Schaefer Show Cattle and Hadley Hendrickson of Hagerstown, Indiana, with SNS TSSC BT Ariana 1226J. Third place in that class was exhibited by Kinzer Gallagher. Fourth place was exhibited by Paisley Olson. Fifth place, Buck Creek Ranch. Sixth place, Samantha Roberts. Seventh place, Hayes Rickstrew. And eighth place, Luke Herr. Now over here in Ring 1, we are going to select your first division here in our Percentage Simmental show. Back over in the Shorthorn ring, results of Class 10 Junior Bull Calves. First place was exhibited by Schrag Shorthorn Farms and Cornerstone Ranch. Second place was exhibited by Cornerstone Farms. Third place was exhibited by Rosemary Thompson. Fourth place was exhibited by J. Armstrong Cattle. Fifth place, Justin Ragsdale. Sixth place was exhibited by High Ridge Shorthorns and Jerome Check. Seventh place was exhibited by Abby Scott. And eighth place, Brooke McKean.
We get kind of a thought-provoking class of Shorthorn bulls to lead off here. I thought the bull that probably was the one that I was the most comfortable with, elect to lead off with here, the Solid Red Bull. You know, stopped and parked. This guy's got just a tremendous amount of body. I like the balance that he's got. He's a strong top bull that certainly puts himself together in a collected fashion here from the side. You know, for my biggest qualm with this guy is that his testicles are awfully twisted, and obviously we know reproduction is the most economically important trait, and so that's something I want to keep an eye on. But I still think phenotypically past that, that's a bull that certainly got some quality to him. Bull that comes in second kind of threw me for a loop because he's got some pieces I really like. He's a sharp-fronted bull that's still, you know, for having a really clean neckline, he's really got a great crest and a just kind of masculine feature to his head. I like the shape and expression that he's got over the top side of his skeleton, the bone work underneath as well. He's a bull to me that looks like he might be going through a little bit of a growth stage. He's got a little more leg underneath him. I think if he probably bellies down in some time, perhaps he makes a run to win this particular class. The reason things are tough is because the bull that ends up in third is the best in his testicular descent. He's the most even. He's a bull that's certainly the squarest in that regard. I like the depth of body that he has as well. You know, he's one that I just wish was a little bit more durable in his foot shape. He's given up some muscle to the cattle in front of him, but his moderation, his practicality, and his balance is certainly noteworthy as well.
Well, congratulations in your Shorthorn ring. Results of Class 14 and your Senior Bull Calf Division champion went to 6B Farms of Allison, Iowa. Second place and reserve in that division exhibited by WHR Shorthorns. And third place was exhibited by Pfizer Pulled Shorthorns and Dason Cash. We're now going to bring in Class 21 early spring yearling bulls. Well, congratulations. Your champion spring heifer calf in your percentage Simmental ring goes to back number 60312, Rockin' P in Circle M of Maysville, Kentucky, with Wallace Travel Gal 172J. And congratulations, your reserve champion spring heifer calf goes to back number 60239, Buck Creek Ranch of Yale, Oklahoma, with BCR Time to Shine. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now bring in Class 22 percentage Simmental heifers born February of 2021.
We got four nice bulls out here in our Shorthorn side. Apologize for taking a little more time here. I thought it was awfully close between 2 and 3. We got kind of drastically different types there, make things a little bit more challenging. But bull that leads off does so pretty handily. This guy is just extremely practical in his make. I think he's one that's just so great in terms of the way he puts himself together from the side. It is really hard to make cattle this long-bodied, that deep-sided, and still strong in their top. I think that antagonism certainly is worthy of notation, and that bull's got a very attractive set to his hind leg. Despite all the, the weight and mass that he has, he's getting out here and catching his step every single time. Just a personal preference for me. I wish he was a little bit just more toned up in terms of his shape and his condition. He kind of looks like he'd been in a show barn a while, but an awful good one to get started with here. It's close between 2 and 3, and what I think so elite about our second place bull is just his hind leg. It's big, it's stout. He's got great spread to his rear toe, and this guy takes a very long step. I think it's just flat out impressive. Just the length of hip, it just enables him to get out there and cover so much territory. Obviously, it goes without saying. He's got a great look up through his front end. I just wish maybe we could tone him down a little bit in frame size. I think he's going to require an environment that's got a little better forage type and maybe provide him with a little bit more muscle. But I felt he was safer in terms of his skeletal makeup than the bull that winds up here in third. Our third place bull is an absolute tank. And I'm going to be honest, I was really tempted to latch onto this guy because he's so round in the base of his rib cage. This guy has got so much muscle from behind and actually still got a really neat look up through his front end. I like his neckline is clean. He's really nice in terms of his crest, and the shape to his head looks really masculine. Just tracking away from me, he gets a little outside of himself. I grew up out there in Illinois, and I can tell you we get cattle out there on some ice and get cattle walking a little wide like that. Could be a problem. I do like the fact his Cavanese genetics are still in line for a bull that's got that kind of power, which may make him a really interesting breeding piece. And then the bull that closes the class, strong in his top line, honest in his condition. I admired that about him. Goes without saying he's given up some performance relative to his contemporaries. He kind of cuts up in his flank and his twist, which maybe compromises his balance.
Well, congratulations over here in your Shorthorn ring. Results of Class 21 early spring yearling bulls. First place was exhibited by Kate's Farms and LSA Shorthorns with CF Masquerade 070BWX. Second place in that class exhibited by Tyler DeGroot. Third place was exhibited by Flippo Family Farms and Crow Creek Farms, and fourth place in that class was exhibited by Riley Eisenhower. And I'll bring in Class 22 junior yearling bulls. Well, congratulations over here in the Simmental ring. Results of Class 22. First place went to back number 60327, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, with Seldom Rest Sandy, 1020J. Second place was exhibited by Red River Farms. Third place exhibited by Riley Green. Fourth place, Garrett Walter. Fifth place went to Cal Robinson. Now we'll bring in Class 23 percentage Simmental heifers born February of 2020.
We got a great class of bulls to get started off with here. The bull leads off is awfully good. Boy, he's one that's really practical in his rib design. I like the depth that he's got to his heart, and he really sweeps back, very progressive in his bottom line there. A bull that has got some volume of muscle, but he stretches it over his framework in a long way that doesn't impede his structural correctness there. Balances up. You know, he's probably not the hairiest bull out there, but that's okay. I've got some great friends that maybe aren't the shaggiest guys. One of them might actually judge the Louisville Shorthorn show, and he's a good guy. So this bull's maybe not blessed with as much hair as some of the other ones. More than anything, if I could change him, he'll kind of pull in at the point of his hock and maybe kind of track just a little outside of himself. Bull that comes next in two is just stouter in his foundation. I think he's got more just true circumference of bone. I like the spread to his toe. The depth of his midrib is awfully nice as well. As you might anticipate, he's starting to show his age a little bit there in terms of his depth of chest, but if I could change him, I'd like to just strengthen him a little bit right out of the backside of his shoulder. Perhaps he's one we could make just a little deeper in his footwall relative to his length of toe. The bull that closes this particular class is the most honest in his condition. I really value that about this particular herd sire here. Bull that is maybe more expressive over the edge of his loin and more intense in the pop to his stifle than the cattle that stand directly in front of him. I just wish he was a little bit more athletic on the go. He maybe starts just a little bit upright in his shoulder, perhaps not quite as sappy through his midrib as some of these other cattle out here.
Well, congratulations over here in Ring 2. Results of Class 22. First place went to SFF Ragweed 003 BET, exhibited by Miller Smith of Pendleton, Indiana. Second place was exhibited by Nathan Suter and Jenny Suter of Creston, Iowa. And reserve champion, or third place went to J. Armstrong Cattle. We'll now bring in those first and seconds, and our judge will select his champion reserve junior bull.
Well, as we kind of finish up this bull division out here, we got a pair of really nice class winners out here. I'm very pleased with this pair of bulls because they got the body and the practicality that certainly looks like it should make it conducive to making females. They both balance up with just a tremendous amount of look out here, and so I think these guys have got bright futures in front of them. We talked about the bull that wins the first class, and I think he takes things to the next level just in terms of his organization. I think it's just so impressive that you get a big bull at this stage. His chest is still so driven up in him. For that age and maturity is just really remarkable. And then the fact that he's at that deep-sided, got some stretch and some length, but just still strong and composed in his top line. I think those are some antagonisms that are really tough. I like the testicle size of this guy and the balance that he has. You know, he's one that's maybe not just quite perfect in his shoulder, but I still think it's more than reasonable considering just how much height and altitude he has up front. As I mentioned in class, it's a nitpicky thing, but for my particular stand, I just wish he was a little bit more toned up. I wish maybe he saw a few more cows and was a little bit more athletic in his condition. I like that bull awfully well, maybe just got a little bit more on him. Bull that wins that second class, you know, he's got a lot of the things that the outline's very comparable to the bull that wins that first line up there. Another long body bull that's actually got maybe just even a nickel more extension up front. He's maybe not quite as good in his chest, but he's actually maybe a little actually more chiseled out in his throat latch there. When we get behind the cattle, he'll kind of reveal his problems. He maybe wants to pull in at the point of his hock and start to plant just a little wide as he tracks away from me, but an awful good big bull there to win that class. So great pair there. There's one I like awfully well. It's a young lady circling out of class 1. We're going to follow with class 2 for reserve.
Well, congratulations in Class 23. First place goes to back number 60331, Taylor Poff and Tim Schaefer, Show Cattle, Hagerstown, Indiana, with SNS TSSC Simply Amazing 1021J. Second place was exhibited by Allison Mayhem. Third place exhibited by Gabby Tebow, and fourth place exhibited by Turner Longacre. We're now bringing Class 24 percentage Simmental heifers born January of 2021. Back over in the Shorthorn ring, results of your junior bull division. Champion was exhibited by back number 50391. CF Masquerade 070BWX, exhibited by Kate's Farms and LSA Shorthorns, and reserve in that division went to Miller Smith of Pendleton, Indiana.
Well, confronted with a pair of bulls over here in our Shorthorn ring, and I think we got a good one to lead off with here. This guy's got some awesome feet. Really like the depth of heel that he's got, the spread to his rear toe. I admire him because he turns some shape and expression to his quarter and his stifle from the profile. You watch this guy track away, he still stays within his framework really well, a very safe hind leg in terms of bull that's still got that kind of shape and expression. He draws up with a lot of quality from the side. I think that's a good one to go ahead and start this particular class. The bull that ends up in second, a bull that's maybe got a little bit more stature in terms of his frame size, a bull that's really stout in terms of his bone work as well. You know, relative to the bull that stands in front of him, I read him just a little bit tougher fleshing in terms of the design to his forerib and heart. A bull maybe that's a little straighter in the posture to his hind leg, but a good sire there to end up in second.
Well, congratulations over here in the Shorthorn ring. We have the results of Class 25 and your senior bull division. Your champion goes to J. Armstrong Cattle and reserved to Melinda Bush. We're now going to bring in all of your division champions over here in our Shorthorn ring, and our judge, Mr. John DeClerc, will be selecting his grand and reserve grand champion, Shorthorn Bull. Well, congratulations in Class 24 in your percentage Simmental show. First place exhibited by Tim Schaefer Show Cattle and Olivia Rooker of Hagerstown, Indiana, with SNS TSSC. She's the 1026J. Second place was exhibited by Morgan Jackson of Kaufman, Texas, with HCC 0 Daffodil 493J. Third place was exhibited by Griswold Cattle. Fourth place was exhibited by Rockin' P and Circle M. Fifth place in that class, exhibited by Trenopole Farms and Jamie Hoblin. And sixth place in that class was exhibited by Delaney Chester. Now in ring 1, we have Class 25 percentage Simmental heifers born January of 2021. This will be your final class before we go into our next division.
Well, we got a really impressive lineup of Shorthorn bulls out here, folks. If you don't mind standing ringside, please help me congratulate these exhibitors with a round of applause. You know, it's been a lot of fun. I know we haven't had just a tremendous amount of numbers here in the bull show, but boy, we got some cattle out here that are certainly worthy of being used. And I'm sure for you breeders standing ringside here, there may be some opportunities to upgrade your herd, because we got some cattle out here that really do some interesting things. You know, for me, what my agenda's been in this particular lineup and throughout the day, and I'm going to try to do the same thing in the heifer side, is to try to find the cattle and look at the traits that are everlasting. You know, I've always believed that body and flesh and some of those things are minute to minute. That can be altered with a feed bucket. You know, I want to use the animal that is assembled the best in their skeletal makeup, not only from a structural standpoint, the way they're put together from a balance, and having some true width. If we're going to be completely honest, there probably been some cattle come through the ring today that haven't been exactly the most accurately aged. And I think that if you come in here and just say, I'm going to use the big-bodied, big-bone bull or the big-bodied, big-boned heifer, sometimes we're maybe rewarding those people that are a little bit more aggressive with their calendar genetics. So I've tried to come out here and use those cattle that I think are the highest quality, regardless of some of that, stuff maybe that's going to be affected by maturity. So that's what I've been trying to do. Not say it's right, just maybe try to explain a little bit of what my agenda and what I've been trying to accomplish out here. So we got an outstanding set of bulls. We talked about the Red Bull to win that first division. He was one I thought really fit his size. I like the maturity that he's at this stage. I thought, he's right in line in terms of his performance records. I like the shape of that bull, and I like the look. He's a bull to me that looks like he's got a really bright future in front of him. As you might anticipate at this stage of the game, he's not as sappy down through his lower body. I think that's fine. That bull's lean and honest. I think he'll get there in some time. More than anything, I'd maybe give him just a little bit more bend and flex to his hock as an individual, but an awful good one to start that first division. Talked about the bull that wins Division 2 here, and I mean, this guy is just he's hard to miss. He's an excellent build. I'm a type of guy that really likes length and extension and elevation. The Lord didn't bless me with a whole lot of that, and so I'm always looking for cattle that are tall-statured and got a tremendous amount of look. And sometimes the way we make that height, the shoulder, is we compromise front-end design. We make them a little straight. And what's so cool about this bull is that guy's got some curvature and some bend built into his forearm and knee. He's built for the long haul up front, but yet he's still that tall-fronted, kind of cocky-looking bull. Love the depth of body, the condition that he's in. I think he's lean. He looks like he's only going to get better because they got plenty of room for that guy to grow. Hip and hind legs, extraordinary. We talked about him. He's maybe just not a powerhouse out of the back of his shoulder, but he's also a greener bull. I think perhaps if we had him in the same condition as some of these other bulls out here, there probably wouldn't be near the spread and muscle as what maybe there is today. So I like that guy awfully well. Bull that wins Division 3, he's one that's right in the mix of things as well. I like just how masculine he is. I think that bull has really got a nice crest to him. The shape to his brow reads like a breeding bull. He's a good testicled bull. I like the stoutness of bone that he's assembled with at the ground there. He's another one that's got a good shape working out of the backside of his shoulder. I think he still pulls together a strong top line as well. We get the cattle on the go. He hits his step every single time, but maybe a bull that we could see just release that hock with a little bit more flex. A bull that maybe isn't quite as deep as the bull in front of him relative to the amount of condition that he has on him, but I like that sire awfully well. I think that potential herd sire is going to have a good future in front of him as well. Bull that wins the next division, the Red Bull, big bodied, moderate framed, got some stretch and some extension, still strong in his top. I think a good shape to that bull from the side. Really like where his tailhead caps off that top line. It really kind of draws attention to just how good that bull is in terms of his lines there. He'll kind of plant him just a little wide and maybe a little forward in his knee for my particular taste to be perfectly palatable, but I think that guy's one that certainly got a good look to him. Then we get the big bull here. This guy, just to me, everything makes sense on this bull. He fits everything together in such an organized fashion. It's tough for big bulls to be just just this clean-chested, that long-bodied, tremendous in terms of the volume and depth that he's got to his rib, and then still strong in his top line. I like his hip and hind leg design. Talked about him that, maybe he's just not 100% in terms of the angle to his shoulder, but he's still really reasonable in his angle, and he's square in his footwork up front. He's got that height of shoulder that really helps him balance up from a standpoint there. He looks like he's been in the show barn for a while. I'd like to tone him up condition-wise, but big testicled, built right, the type you'd sure love to have a set of keeper heifers that all emulated in terms of balance and practicality. Then we talked about the bull that wins this last class here. I really admire just the shape and expression that he's got to his quarter and round, and then still stays within himself as he tracks away from me. Very safe in terms of his hind leg design. A good bull up through his front end, clean in his neckline. I like the condition that he's in. To me, he looks about 12 o'clock in that regard. Maybe one we could switch up just a little bit in terms of his testicular descent. A bull that maybe we could dial back just a shade up through his front end. So excellent set of cattle out here. I don't have a very good poker face. I'm probably sure most of you have figured out already that bull out of number 2 is going to be your champion. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in your Shorthorn ring. Your grand champion Shorthorn bull goes to Kate's Farms with CF Payweight XET. And your reserve grand champion Shorthorn bull, exhibited by Kate's Farms and LSA Shorthorns with CF Masquerade 070BWX. Once again, congratulations to our Shorthorn exhibitors back over here in the Simmental ring. Results of Class 25. First place was exhibited by Boyert Show Cattle of Pleasantville, Iowa, with J-Boy Tammy. Second place was exhibited by Brody Wennell of Lawrence, Iowa. Third place was exhibited by back number 60362, Jenna White. Fourth place exhibited by Caitlin Harris. Fifth place was exhibited by Micah Reamer. Sixth place in that class went to Kristen Hesselmeyer, and seventh place exhibited by Grayson Jones. Now, currently in ring 1, we're going to bring in your first and seconds. Our judges will select their champion reserve, junior heifer calf. Well, at this time over here in the Shorthorn ring, we are going to recognize our national show honoree, Ed and Jamie Cruz' own Cruz Ranch, located in the panhandle of western Nebraska. Their current herd of Shorthorn Plus cattle is composed of mostly black-hided Shorthorn Angus composites. Their breeding program emphasizes look, reproduction performance, and balanced breed-leading EPDs. Both Ed and Jamie have been involved with the Shorthorn cattle for 60 years, starting with registered heifer in 4-H projects. Ed showed in Nebraska and Jamie showed breeding stock in California. Ed was on the first board of directors and served as the third president of the National Junior Shorthorn Association and recently served on the board of the American Shorthorn Association. Ed and Jamie met at the second National Junior Shorthorn Conference in Kansas City in 1968. Both are graduates of the University of Nebraska with distinction. Professionally, Ed was a loan officer and vice president in the banking industry in Nebraska, and then went on to the National Western Stock Show as manager of the Penn Show in sales. He has held other positions, including manager of the Southern Arizona International Livestock Association, assistant general manager of the National Western Stock Show, general manager of the Colorado State Fair. Jamie received her MS from Colorado State University and PhD from University of Arizona in economics. She has been on faculty at the University of Colorado Boulder, Texas Tech University, and in Zurich, Switzerland, and Eastern Carolina University. She also held the position of Chief Economics at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA. Through the years, Ed and Jamie have enjoyed coaching their two daughters, Casey Sidwell and Dr. Gina Cruz, in livestock judging and showing livestock. Gina exhibited the Grand Champion bred-known purebred Shorthorn female at the 1999 Shorthorn Junior Nationals and served as president of the Junior Shorthorn Association. Ed and Gina were the first father-daughter team to have been both elected national president. Ed and Jamie now enjoy watching their grandsons Jed and Cal Sidwell and Ellis and Marshall Cruz Jackson carry on five-generation legacy of producing high-quality livestock. Ladies and gentlemen that are sitting in the stands, please put your hands together and congratulate Ed and Jamie Cruz. Very well deserved. Congratulations.
Ed, Jamie, in recognition of a lifetime of service and dedication to not only the Shorthorn breed, but the American cattle industry, on behalf of the Association Board of Directors and our membership, we're pleased to honor you today. Certainly well deserved. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your champion junior heifer here in our percentage Simmental show. Champion went to Boyard Show Cattle of Pleasantville, Iowa, and reserve in that division. Went to Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We are now going to bring in Class 26, percentage Simmental heifers born November, December of 2020. Well, we are ready to get started. Back over here in ring 2 with your purebred female show. We'll be getting started with Class 1 late spring heifer calves. Well, congratulations in Class 26 percentage Simmental heifers. First place went to back number 60373, Addison Bartlow of Monticello, Illinois, with ALL Miss Blackwatch 0101H. Second place in that class, exhibited by Trenopole Farms and Charlie Kinder. Third place was exhibited by Trenopole Farms and Mercedes Ferree. Fourth place, exhibited by Griffin Barons. And sixth place, McCoy Landwehr. We'll now bring in Class 27 percentage Simmental heifers born September, October of 2020.
Well, we kind of kick things off in our Shorthorn Heifer show here, and got a good trio of cattle come to the top of a very strong class here. Young lady that starts off brings one that I think looks like a cow, and in my estimation, I think she's one that's really naturally deep in her heart. She sweeps back, really maternal in her rib design there, and then a female that's still actually pretty got some width when we get directly behind the cattle and some dimension as well. Now, she's maybe one I could just give her a shot more bone to match all that dimension she's got up high. I think that's a good one to get started with here. There's probably a little more stature, and I actually probably like the condition and the leanness of the heifer that comes in second just a little better. I think that female is one that's really clean and extended in her neckline. Certainly appreciate the fact that despite her being long-sided, she's still pretty loose and flexible in her spine and still pretty composed. Maybe could stouten her up just a nickel in the feature to her jawline. She's naturally just a little low from hooks to pins. Heifer that comes in third, I made it really kind of entertained using this one to win because she is sharp looking. Boy, her head and neck is very photogenic. I like her height and length ratio. I think it's very balanced. I think she's extremely strong in her top line. That heifer's got more dimension when we get behind the cattle than you anticipate. I just couldn't convince myself she was quite loose enough in her skeleton. She operates a little stilty out of her front end, kind of the same story from behind. But boy, that's one that's got a very, very intriguing look. A good cow prospect and a solid replacement that ends up here in the 4-hole. More moderate in her frame size. I actually like the outer turn to her rib design awfully well. It sets up for her to have some dimension up high. We get behind the cattle, she maybe gets just a little uncoordinated out of her hind legs. She kind of low in her pin and will pull in just a nickel at the point of her hock. Heifer the closest to the class, really honest in terms of her condition and performance. She kind of looks like what a July heifer ought to me. I think a heifer that, from my standpoint, just gets a little straighter up front, maybe a little tighter out of her hind leg, but a female that's got a lot of look up through her front skeleton.
Well, congratulations. In Class 27, first place will go to Rockin' P and Red River of Maysville, Kentucky, with RPWCC Valentine H089. Second place was exhibited by Tommy Rabble of Lake Park, Iowa. Third place exhibited by Ty Kitzrow. Fourth place went to Clearwater Simmentals. Fifth place, ran Harper, and sixth place, Hilms Cattle Company. We're now going to bring in your first and seconds, and our judges will select their champion and reserve champion senior heifer calves.
Got a nice trio of heifers that kind of frontier in this kind of class of maize. And I think a female that leads off sure can strike a pose from the profile here. Boy, she's really attractive up to her front end. I like how feminine the lay of her shoulder is, and it seamlessly connects back into the front side of her forerib there. heifer that's really strong and composed in her top line. I got an attractive set to her hind leg. I think structurally she outmoves the rest of the cattle in here. She is one that maybe we could change just a little bit on her outside hoof wall. Is getting a little long for me, but I think a good place to start in this particular class. The white heifer that comes in second, maybe is just a little more maternal in the way that her muscle system stretches onto her framework. As the cattle track away from me, I think she kind of keeps her hind leg a little bit more within the plane of her body as an individual. And then she's also maybe a taller shouldered heifer that's still got more depth of rib. Now, to accomplish that extra height up front, she kind of compromised her structural integrity because she's starting to get just a little bit more vertical in the angle to her shoulder. Heifer, maybe we could open up in terms of her pin set. Without question, the powerhouse of the class is in third. This heifer is really round and robust in her rib cage. She's got so much spring, and that sets up that stage there for her to just be quite impressive when we get behind the cattle. I like the power that she has there. You know, she tracks away from me. She'll kind of start to shift her weight to her outside hoof wall there. A heifer that's maybe, as with that extra power, a little rounder in the way that her shoulder lays onto her framework.
Well, congratulations in Class 2 late spring heifer calves. First place went to back number 50024, PRNL JLO 2112, exhibited by Eli Matthews. Second place was exhibited by Piper Campbell, and third place exhibited by Nicole Backen. We'll now bring in Class 3 late spring heifer calves. Well, congratulations. Back over here in the Simmental ring, your champion senior heifer calf. We go to back number 60385, Rockin' P in Red River of Maysville, Kentucky, with RPWCC Valentine H089, and reserve in that division, exhibited by Addison Bartlow of Monticello, Illinois, with ALL Miss Blackwatch 0101H. Now bringing Class 28 percentage Simmental heifers born May to July of 2020.
Well, we got an awful good shorthorn heifer that leads off this class, one that I think is pretty exceptional. I like just her height to length ratio. It really gives her kind of a cocky look out here. Female that's really good in her neckline, but she's still got some depth to her jaw where she looks like she's going to be a good cow. And I certainly think that narrative is confirmed when we get back to her rib design. She's got some turn to it. She's got some depth to her heart there. A very nice set to her hind leg, takes a big stride out of her rear skeleton there. With that extra height to shoulder, she's not just perfect in the angle, but she's still square in her foot place, and I think very reasonable in terms of her operation out of her front end there. Heifer that comes in second's a little longer bodied, and I think she can rival my class winner just in terms of the depth to her heart and the sweep to her midrib. I like that about her. She's another one that's really extended up through her front end. I think a heifer for me that's maybe just not quite as a stout in terms of her foot wall. Maybe a female we could intensify just a shade in terms of her bone work. Heifer that runs up here in the third hole, I like this heifer a lot. Young lady, your heifer is my favorite in terms of condition. She's green, and I think that heifer's got a tremendous amount of dimension we get behind the cattle. Her hip is really broad. She's got a lot of shape to her quarter. As we study her maybe from a skeletal standpoint, that's maybe where I'd like to upgrade her a little bit. When she tempos up on the go, she's got a tendency to kind of knuckle up there on her pasture and just get a little stiff in the operation out of her hock. Heifer that comes neck is assembled with a lot of quality from the profile. Tall fronted, strong top, really nice in terms of her tail head set there. I admire those attributes about that female. Her chest still sits up in her just the way it ought to there. Another heifer maybe that's just a little tighter in terms of her structure off either end of her skeleton. When she gets going a little faster there, she'll get a nickel abbreviated in her step. Then the red heifer, the closest the class, long and extended up through her front end. Actually got a great turn and a spring to her rib cage we get behind the cattle. She's a little bit more fragile in terms of her bone work. Maybe one we could intensify just in terms of stoutness.
Congratulations, your champion intermediate heifer goes back number 60392, Allison Mayhem of Plainfield, Iowa, with KJK1 sign-off. Reserve in that division goes to Jordan Stevens of Ewing, Kentucky, with SBC Melania 793H. Now in the Simmental ring, we'll bring in Class 29 percentage Simmental heifers born April of 2020.
Well, we got another excellent class of shorthorn heifers out here. I like the top end of these awfully well, and I think all the way throughout we've got some solid replacements. Female that wins to me is one that looks like she's got just the most future and long term into her here. Boy, her chest is really driven up in her, and I think it's only accentuated by the fact that she's got that natural depth to her midrib. Female that's really long and extended, kind of deceptive. She's so long-necked. I didn't anticipate her to be quite as square from hooks to pins, so I got behind the cattle. I think that's a cool antagonism to have that kind of look and still be pretty honest in her condition, have some width. We get behind the cattle. A nice one to win that particular class. Maybe just a nickel lower in her pin set, and that's where the heifer in second kind of corrects my class winner. I do like the fact that she's just a little leveler from hooks to pins, and this female looks like she's going to stay a little bit more moderate in her frame size. I'm a little concerned about our class winner having a little more leg underneath her. So this one, the redneck roan heifer's outline is just exceptional there. Probably doesn't read quite as bold at the base of her forerib as the female I elected to start with, but a good one to stand in second. Boy, there's a tremendous amount of body and quality in the female that comes here in third. And I wouldn't argue with you if you liked her a little better than I did, because if she's one that certainly has got the functionality to excel in production, but still got that captivating look from the side that's going to make you notice her in the show ring. The reason I elected to leave her third is because I think that the more refined female in terms of her foot and bone is maybe a little quicker in her maturity pattern. She's already starting to establish a little white tissue down there through her lower skeleton. So I don't know if she's got the continuation of the cattle in front of her. That's an awful good female. The red heifer that comes next probably is an upgrade in terms of just condition. Compositionally speaking, that heifer's probably got a better combination of muscle relative to just being leaner. I like the stature that she has up here. She's one that just naturally is a little tight in her heart and flank. We could maybe level her up a little bit out of her hooks to pins. Then the red heifer that concludes the class, I think is more moderate in her frame size. This one's actually got a nice turn to her upper rib cage, and she pulls together really strong out of the backside of her shoulder. I commend her for those attributes. She's one that naturally just gets a little tighter in terms of her pasturing, maybe not quite as sappy back through her flank.
Well, congratulations in Class 4 late spring heifer calves over here in your Shorthorn ring. Results: first place goes to back number 50030, Saul RGLC Fancy Rose 113 ET, exhibited by Jocelyn Phelps of Tecumseh, Oklahoma. Second place was exhibited by back number 50033, Riley Bivens with SS Myrtle Bow Blush 166 ET. Third place exhibited by Colton Greenhorn. Fourth place exhibited by Sydney Hawkins. And fifth place exhibited by TSW Cattle. We're now going to bring in your first and seconds, and our judge will select his late spring heifer calf champion reserve.
Well, as we draw this first division to a close on our Shorthorn side, we've got a remarkable set of females out here. If you don't mind, let's give our 4 class winners and seconds a round of applause. So I think it's a good lineup for me. We talked about the heifer that won the first class. I like just how cowy she comes across. One that's really easy fleshing, deep-hearted, sweeps back, very maternal in her rib design. Probably not a stout feature to some of the other contenders out here. Maybe a little bit more generic in her hind leg posture, but I do like that heifer awfully well. Heifer that wins class 2, I admire because I think that she's reads really honest in terms of her age and her condition. I think she's the right size that she should be for this stage of the game. Really cocky in the way that her neck comes out of her shoulder. She throws it so high, driven up in her chest, a nice sweep to her bottom line there. I commented on class that maybe, her outside hoof wall probably concerns me just a little bit. She naturally sets up just a shade higher in her twist, but boy, that heifer's got a big-time future on her, and I think the way she's built, she's only going to get better with some time on feed. Heifer that wins, Class 3, this one's the most ready today, and I still think even though she's ready today, she looks like she's got a bright future in front of her. I like her height to length ratio. I like just how broody middled she is. I think that heifer's one that's still got some dimension we get behind the cattle. Her design to her hip and hind leg is attractive, yet it's very functional in the way she's built. Her and the heifer behind her both are maybe just a fraction upright in their shoulder, but I like this heifer's front end design better because her foot placement square up front, and then she's actually got more height of shoulder relative to her length of body. I think her feet are maybe just a little bit more durable than the heifer that stands behind her as well. The white-hearted heifer is a little bit more honest in her condition, our Class 4 winner, and I admire that about her. I like the length of body that she has, the length of front, and how clean she is in her throat latch, and just maybe even have just a shade more dimension to her pin set than the heifer directly in front of her. She's one that's getting just a little more fragile in the feature to her jawline. I'd maybe like to upgrade her just a little bit in terms of the durability of her foot size and dial her back just a nickel through her shoulder. So nice set of seconds out here as well. I think it's pretty close for champion for me, but I'm going to go ahead and use Class 3. She's going to be our winner. We're going to follow Class 4 for reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations in the Shorthorn ring. Your late spring heifer calf champion goes to back number 50027, WSCC Steck Chelsea HC 114J, exhibited by Kagan Steck of Woodstock, Minnesota. And reserve champion went to Sol RGLC Fancy Rose 113 ET, exhibited by Jocelyn Phelps. Congratulations over here in the percentage Simmental ring. Results of Class 29. First place exhibited by Hagen Cattle Company of Yoakum, Texas, with J. Saul Juliet Banshee 0445H. Second place was exhibited by Austin Foss of Northwood, Iowa, with Weissmiss Nala 0401H. Third place was exhibited by Bailey Thompson. Fourth place in that class exhibited by Kylie Callis. Fifth place was exhibited by Garrett Bosse. Sixth place exhibited by Drew Brock. Seventh place was exhibited by Samantha Roberts. And eighth place exhibited by Caitlin Harris.
Well, we got another really strong set of cattle over here on our Shorthorn side, and I think it's kind of features a female that really can strike a pose here from the side. The red and white heifer is just really dynamic in terms of where her chest floor sits up in her so high. The sweep to her bottom line is just hard to miss, and then boy, she's got a great look up through her front end. I like how fresh she represents at the top side of her neck, and got enough dimension we get behind the cattle. She'll pull in just a shade at the point of her hock and maybe plant a little wide for my taste as she tracks away from me, but I think that's a good one to get a lead off with there too. Heifer that comes in second, I like for being just more honest in her condition. I think her hind leg's probably a little safer than the female that directly stands in front of her. She's really attractive up through her front end, and I think probably condition-wise reads with a little bit more future. I'd like to alter just a little bit the way she kind of is assembled out of her front skeleton there. She maybe wings out at the edge of her shoulder just a tick and maybe could dial her back a little bit in her angle. The red heifer that comes in third, I thought it was close between 3 and 4. I took probably longest on this pair. I ended up using this one because I just think that she's more appropriate at this stage of the game in terms of condition. I think she looks like she fits her age and her class a little better than maybe some of these other heifers out here. Boy, she's got a great look from the side. I like the way her neck comes so high out of the top of her shoulder. She's honest in her condition. She's got some dimension. She splays out a little bit up front. I think the genesis of this issue is she's just a little straight in her shoulder. Then the red and white heifer that follows her is a more moderate frame female, really bold bodied, got a tremendous amount of depth and a little easier fleshing kind of package out here. She's one that maybe we could see just squared up as she tracks away, already starting to establish a little extra condition down there through her chest. Heifer that follows her is a really bold rib replacement, one that catches her step every time. I like the moderation of frame that she has. On the end of a halter, she's just not quite as flashy up through her front end as some of the cattle that stand in front of her. Then the red roan heifer, the redneck roan female that closes the class. I like how honest she is in her condition. And she really drops square from the bottom side of her shoulder and sternum into her knee, a female that has got some width at the ground as well. Maybe rounds up just a little bit in terms of her hip design in combination with not balancing quite as well from chest to flank.
Well, congratulations over here in the Shorthorn Ring, Class 7. First place exhibited by Carter Cornegie. Second place was exhibited by Carter Wickard. Third place exhibited by Colton Greenhorn. Fourth place went to Brianna Wood. Fifth place exhibited by Joseph Kramer. And sixth place exhibited by Barrett Griffin. We'll now bring in Class 8 early spring heifer calves.
Well, on our Shorthorn side, we've got 3 good cattle in this particular class. Some diversity in terms of type and kind. I like the female that maybe just a little broodier in terms of her make, and I think also probably just a little wider we get behind the cattle here. Young lady's heifer that starts off. I love the fleshing ability. I like the depth of side that she has. Those are certainly hallmarks of a female that's going to excel in production. We start thinking about kicking her out there on grass, and then on the end of a halter, she's still got a nice look up through her front end. If I could change her, I'd maybe just see her just start a little stronger out of the backside of her shoulder blade, maybe stay just a little bit more composed, but a good heifer to get started with here. Boy, the outline of our second place heifer is really photogenic. This one reflects such a high quality image from the side. She's even cleaner chested than my winner. I think she's actually a little slimmer in the feature to her neckline, and then her top line is extremely strong, and she struck me more honest in her condition as well. That's why she made a strong play to start. Now, if I could change her, I'd like to stretch her out of the length of her hip, and I do think that she maybe is one that has got a tendency to taper as we get back to her pin set. The heifer that closes the particular class is more moderate in her frame. I think that heifer has still got some shape over the top side of her skeleton that I think is commendable. A heifer that reads like she's going to stay the right size as a cow. Gets a little lackadaisical in her top line, maybe just a little coarser in the way that her shoulders put together.
Congratulations in the Shorthorn ring. Results of Class 8. First place exhibited by Alyssa Carter with CF Mona Lisa 185 SOLXCT. Second place was exhibited by Abilene Sullivan, and third place exhibited by Benjamin Moffett. Now in the Shorthorn ring, we will bring in Class 9 early spring heifer calves.
Another good class of shorthorn heifers out here. I like to lead off with the kind of spotted heifer out here. She's one that can really give you a good look from the profile. I like, fundamentally speaking, just how big-bodied and easy keeping that female is. Still puts herself together in an organized fashion and exemplifies a lot of balance here from the side. Get behind the cattle. She's got more than enough for a breeding female in my estimation here. She's one that maybe we could just see a little bit more depth of heel and a little bit more stouter foot shape. But boy, that's a good one to get leaded off here with. Heifer that comes in second can rival our class winner, and she kind of outlines with some of the features that I like about the female that stands in front of her. She's actually maybe got a little bit more length of body, but she matches my winner in terms of depth of rib, fleshing ability, and looking like a female that can certainly get out there and do her work in production as well. You know, compared back to my class winner, I kind of thought she had a bad habit of starting to kind of come over in her knee just a shade. She's a heifer that's a little bit more pronounced in her tail head and a little stiffer in the way she operates out of her hind leg. Heifer that comes in third is just fundamentally a correct female. I think she's one that's assembled very correct in her top line. I like the fleshing ability of that heifer. Boy, she's really sound structured. I like the length of stride that she takes out here. She's square in her footwork up front. Heifer that maybe is just a little bit deeper and more pronounced in her chest relative to her flank line. Probably just not quite as neat up to her front end as the cattle in front of her. A lot of power comes around next here in the Strawberry Roan heifer. This one's best view is from behind. Boy, she's pretty advantageous in terms of the amount of just power that she has through her hip. Really bold sprung, big top heifer there as well. Like many cattle that push the envelope in terms of dimension, she's probably not the most limber on the go. She's a female that's just a little stilty out of her front end. The Strawberry, the kind of the redneck roan female that comes next, I really like this heifer stopped and parked from the profile. Boy, she's got a great look, strong top, deep-sided, easy keeping, a female that certainly looks like she's going to make a good cow for this young man. She's kind of wants to pull in at the point of her hock when she's on the go and plant just a little wide for my particular taste. Heifer, the close to the class, is very honest in her condition. I like the strength that she's got right behind her shoulder in terms of her spine. Heifer that maybe kind of cuts up in her flank line just a little bit, probably just not quite as stout at in her foundation.
Well, congratulations over here in the Shorthorn ring. Results of Class 9. First place was exhibited by Lehman Stock Farm of Hoopeston, Illinois. Second place was exhibited by Carly Goats. Third place exhibited by J. Armstrong Cattle. Fourth place was exhibited by Emily Bullman. Fifth place exhibited by Mark Inskeep. And sixth place, Hunter Davis. Now bringing Class 10 early spring heifer calves.
Well, we're confronted with 4 heifers over here in our Shorthorn show, and I think the female that comes to the front probably just composes herself with the most look and balance. I make that assessment because I think her neck probably shoots just a little higher out of the top side of her shoulder. I like how she throws it up there and kind of really grabs your attention. She's also kind of a more alert female that keeps her top line together with a little bit more strength. I like the depth of body that she has. Boy, she reads really broody in her center and some spring to her rib. Heifer that's got more than enough dimension when we get behind the cattle. Probably not the most eccentric up front as some of the cattle come through the ring day, but that's still really good looking heifer. I thought she won pretty easy. Heifer that comes in second certainly got all the features and the hallmarks of a great cow prospect. She's moderate framed, bold sprung, really deep sided, got some fleshing ability to her credit as well. Really like how level she is from hooks to pins. Heifer that maybe reads just a little a little bit less feminine about the shape to her head and neck. She's one that maybe gets a little bit out at the point and the edge of her shoulder blade. Heifer that comes in third, another moderate frame, strong top female, good amount of condition on that heifer as well in terms of longevity. From my standpoint, I wish she just had a little bit more bend built into her forearm and knee. She's a heifer that's starting to cake up with a little bit of fat around her tailhead. Heifer that closes the class, long and extended, really clean in her throat latch and neckline there. Unfortunately, that tight throat kind of translates from there back. She's a little tighter in her heart and her flank, maybe just doesn't read quite as broody as an individual.
Well, the results over here in your Shorthorn ring in Class 10, first place exhibited by Peakview Ranch Incorporated. Second place was exhibited by Dason Cash. Third place, Mackenzie Pollard. And fourth place in that class exhibited by Chloe Carlisle.
Well, we got a nice set of Shorthorn cattle out here. The kind of strawberry roan heifer that wins the class. Yeah, I know she's maybe a little bit moderate for what some people like in the show ring, but I'm more interested in kind of making cows, and I think this one is the right frame size to really get the job done in production, and that's why I like her. I think she's really got a broody sweep to her bottom line, and still some outer turn and projection to her forerib. Female that still takes a big long step out of her rear skeleton here, and like that about her awfully well. Maybe you could see her just a little squared up as we saw her kind of come and go, but that's a good one to start off with here. There is more just kind of stature and frame in the heifer in second. I actually like the fact that she's probably just a little leaner as I study her just through her neckline and through her chest as well. I think that bodes well for her in terms of just her optimism that I have of that heifer kind of long term. You know, compared back to my class winner, she maybe doesn't take quite as athletic of a step up front. I think that this is predicated by the fact she's a little vertical in her shoulder set. A lot of power in our third place heifer. Boy, this one gauge is extremely wide. Certainly like just how opened up she is from behind. With that comes the territory of a little extra shoulder. Would like to see her maybe just a little smoother when I dial around to the 3/4 shot.
Well, congratulations in your junior heifer division. Your champion goes to Chase Harker of Hope, Indiana with CELL Trixie 0105H. And reserve in that division exhibited by Kellen Arthur, Stillwater, Oklahoma with Miss CCF Jetris H302. Congratulations to those exhibitors. It is now time in ring one for our judges to select their grand and reserve grand champion percentage Simmental heifers. And back in the Shorthorn ring, result of class 11. First place was CF Mona Lisa 166 SOLET exhibited by Jacqueline Thomas. Second place exhibited by Morgan Veranda. And third place exhibited by Kylie Rader. Well, for those of you sitting in the stands over here in ring one, please put your hands together for all of our champion and reserve division winners here in your percentage Simmental show at the Cattlemen's Congress.
Well, we get back over here to the Shorthorn show. The Strawberry Roan heifer that leads off to me is one that I like awfully well. I think she got some stoutness of bone at the ground and some foot design there that I'm after. But more than anything, she's just more ladylike in the way that her shoulder connects into her forerib. She's more seamless in that transition. I like how loose structured she is, and a female that certainly looks like she got plenty gas left in the tank. Now, when the cattle are put to lead, I think her chest maybe sinks out of her relative to her heart. I could probably smooth that transition up and give her just a little more natural lower body, but I think she's a good place to start. Stopped and parked, boy, it's hard to miss just the extra skeletal width of the female that comes in second. She's got more outer turn to her rib design. I think that heifer is really broad in her pin set, and combination with being extremely chiseled out there in her throat latch and jawline. Now, we maybe could see her just a little stouter in the feature to her head there, but more than anything, I think she kind of parks out just a little wide up front. I'd like to smoothen her up and make her a little more ladylike in the way that her shoulder connects onto her rib design. Heifer that comes next in 3 does upgrade my second place heifer in that regard. She makes a case to move up on that basis. She's also a moderate frame female that's got some depth of body. When I get behind the cattle, I just wish there was more of her. Young man, you've done a great job of presenting her. I'm just worried underneath that high quality hair coat, there might just not be quite enough heifer there. A good heifer that stands next in the 4 hole. I think she looks to me, at least she appears to maybe be going through a little bit of a growth phase. She's got maybe a little more leg underneath her than the cattle in front of her, and her sternum to flank maybe doesn't balance up quite as well. Still think that heifer catches her step and got some things that we like. Heifer the closest of the class, another wide-made, bold-sprung type of female. It's a pretty broad in her pin set. She's one that we'd like to see just a little stronger out of the back of her shoulder. She, too, gets a little wide and forward in the angle to her knee.
Well, congratulations in your percentage Simmental show. Your grand champion exhibited by Chase Harker with CELL Trixie 0105, and reserve champion percentage goes to Kellen Arthur, Stillwater, Oklahoma, with Miss CCF Jetris H302. Over here in the Shorthorn ring, results of Class 12 early spring heifer calves. First place was exhibited by back number 50085. Cash Lehrman of Spencer, South Dakota, with SS Evermore Mirage 137 ET. Second place was exhibited by Kai Hendrickson. Third place exhibited by Cyrus Cornegie. Fourth place, Lehman Stock Farm. And fifth place, Caitlin Moffett. We're now going to bring in Class 13 early spring heifer calves.
Well, we got a great class of Shorthorn cattle over here. The one that wins, boy, I'm a big fan of this heifer. I like her awfully well. I've been talking a little bit today about, kind of cattle that can really thrive and on forage. We're getting kicked out on grass, and sometimes it's a little tough when we manage these things in a show ring to see that. But I think this heifer to me is the right frame size, and yet she still has performance. She's moderate frame, she's long bodied, she's deep sided, she's got width. She's still going to press the scales down with some performance, and ultimately the cattle industry that's how we market our livestock, is some performance. But, and she's still the right size, that she's really going to do the right things in production. On the end of a halter. I mean, she's really good looking too. Boy, she's good in her neckline, got some extension, very ladylike in the way she composes herself, takes a big step out of her rear skeleton, compliments of just how long hip she is. That's a good one to win that class. The heifer that comes in second probably, kind of reflects some of the features that I like about my class winner. She can match her in terms of the sweep to her bottom line. Maybe actually upgrades her a nickel in terms of just having a little bit more circumference of rear bone, a little more intense from her hock down. I want to commend her for being so deep. I just wish we could exchange some of that depth for more just outer turn to a rib cage up high. I think she probably isn't blessed with as much natural width and delt the thickness of the heifer that wins this class. Close decision for 3 and 4 between me. I like to use the heifer that I think is a little bit more flexible in terms of her spine, probably has a little bit more length body as an individual. We get behind the cattle. I'd like to see her just looser in the way she uses her hock and her pasture in there. Her rear joints remain just a little rigid when the cattle tempo up there on the go. The red heifer probably is a little better bodied in my estimation. I make that call because she struck me as bolder in the center part of her cavity there. A female that I like the length that she's got up through her front end, but she's got kind of a bad habit of ducking her pins and still staying maybe just a little stiff in terms of her rear too. The big heifer that falls next, I like the outline, the performance that she's accomplished. I think her weight per day of age is very impressive because if she's got some extra scale. She's got a tendency to kind of always walk with her head down because I think she's a little stoved up and a little straight in terms of her shoulder. Short-tailed heifer is more moderate in her frame. I like this one's hind leg. It's a little stouter, probably takes a little longer stride relative to the cattle that stand directly in front of her. I would like to see her maybe a little more durable in her foot shape. Unfortunately, since she's short-tailed, it makes her look like she runs downhill, but her chest floor actually sets up in her awfully good. We just need more flank. I think we get some more time on feet, young lady. That heifer can move up in this particular class. Heifer that closes the class is for a very distinctly bold heifer. I think a female that's got some spring to her rib there. One I'd like to make more coordinated in her hind leg travel. A heifer that draws up a little high in her flank.
Well, congratulations in our Shorthorn ring. Result of Class 13. First place goes to back number 50089, Little Cedar EF Mark G 0WW2124, exhibited by John Allen of Saxonburg, Pennsylvania. Second place went to CF Augusta Pride 155 URX, exhibited by Mackenzie Lawtry. Third place was exhibited by Alexa Turner. Fourth place, Addison Counts. Fifth place exhibited by Maggie Bass. Sixth place was exhibited by Clay and Ashley Dolch, and seventh in that class was exhibited by Melinda Bush. We'll now bring in your first and seconds, and our judge will select his champion reserve early spring heifer calves. We are ready to get started over here in ring one with your percentage Simmental Bull Show. We'll look to get started with Class 32 percentage Simmental Bulls born April and May of 2021.
Well, just an outstanding lineup of Shorthorn heifer calves over here, folks. I'm just absolutely blown away with the cattle. They've been phenomenal. If you don't mind, let's congratulate these exhibitors with a big round of applause. Yeah, I've had a blast. I'll tell you, this has been so much fun. I've been walking around. You probably tell with a smile on my face out here because these cattle are really remarkable in terms of what they do. And we've got so many different kind of variations of quality based on your your breeding objectives and what you're trying to accomplish in your own program. I don't doubt that there's several heifers out here that you may like a little higher than I do, and I've got no qualms with that because the cattle have been absolutely exceptional. And so it's been fun, and I'm always trying to think about which one do I think is going to go home and make that next generation better. Think about these cattle as obviously they're a great vehicle for youth development and getting kids to come out here and show them, but which one's got the breeding pieces that are really hard to put together? So we've got a great lineup all the way throughout. There's two of them that hit me really hard. You probably could tell I spent the whole time looking at them when I was out here, but I like those two, and I think it's a really close decision. So I'm going to reiterate and talk those two heifers and a really strong lineup. I thought they were the ones that set out, and they're kind of bookend this particular division. So we got the heifer that wins this first class, and she's one that I just think her height to length ratio is just incredible. That's a tall-shouldered heifer that's still really reasonable in the set to her knee. I like her footwork down low. I think that she's got a stout, authoritative hind leg, and she really reaches out and grabs a lot of territory here from the side. For being that clean in her neckline, I like the fact that, she's one that's still got a nice sweep to her midrib. I like all those features about her. And then I think that, her added size probably gives her maybe a little more mating versatility when it comes to sire selection. If I could make her even better, I'd drop her just a shade in her twist, and I'd probably see her track away from me just a little square. She wants to maybe pull in just a nickel at the point of her hock, but boy, that one's awfully, awfully good. Then we talked to heifer to win the last class there. I'm a big fan of that one. To me, she's just so complete and composed in the way she puts herself together. I enamored on how I just really like the frame size that she has, not only because I think it's, one that highlights her practicality, but it's just conducive to being a great cow in production. And even though she's a moderate framed heifer, she's still got the extra length of body, depth of side, and skeletal width to still generate performance to the next generation. We start thinking about what her bull progeny are going to look like. I'm enamored with the freshness that she has at the top side of her neck. Her chest is driven up in her. She's got just such a striking silhouette when we study the cattle there. I think she's a little cleaner featured to her hock in terms of, kind of being a little bit more refined in that regard. Unfortunately, that refinement kind of translates from there down. She's not as just big and stout in terms of the feature to her hind leg. I think the sweep to her bottom line is a little bit more consistent, and her twist probably drops in her just a little bit better. So that's an excellent pair of heifers. I wouldn't argue with you if you like them a little different than I do. As good as these cattle are out here, you could find two more and you like a lot better and be right as well. I think these females are going to have a mark on a couple breeding programs out here. But my favorite today is going to be the one out of this last class. She'll be your champion.
Well, congratulations in your Shorthorn ring. Your champion early spring heifer calf goes to back number 50089, Little Cedar EF Margie WW2124, exhibited by John Allen of Saxonburg, Pennsylvania. And reserve in that division, we go to back number 50029, Saul Who's Solution 1099 JET, exhibited by Carter Cornegie. Over here in the Simmental ring, we have the results of Class 32. First place was exhibited by Elmore Cattle Services, XTB Cattle Company, and Seldom Rest Farms of Okomis, Oklahoma, with Seldom Rest Crossover 1090J. Second place in that class exhibited by Lone Tree Simmentals. Third place, Case Carlson, and fourth place exhibited by Walter Ranch. Now currently in ring 1, we have Class 33 percentage Simmental bulls born March of 2021. Congratulations. In Class 33, first place was exhibited by Tub Mill Creek Farms with TMCK Hendrix 845J. Second place also by Tub Mill with TMCK Metallica 840J. And third place, Fox Cattle Company.
Well, we got another class of elite breed representatives out here, and I think the top end, to me, I made the decision primarily because of structure. I thought the key difference was her front skeleton, where the red heifer is just more comfortable. I think she's a little closer to squaring up, a little better out of her footwork, but got more slope to her shoulder, and I just read more longevity in the bend to her forearm and knee. And as you might anticipate, she just operates with just more reach and range of motion out of her front end there. I like the stoutness of bone that she has, and even though she's maybe still got just a little extra condition than I consider, I think she's still a big upgrade in that regard, the heifer that comes in second. She's maybe not as sappy bellied, but I like the fact that she looks a little bit more long term in terms of her structure and condition. Our second place heifer stopped and parked. Boy, she can strike a pose, and this one really gives you the look there that is hard to forget. Her neck is very kind of thin and slim, but she's still got some depth to her jaw. She still looks to me like one that'll make a nice cow prospect out here. Got a good turn to her rib cage and some, a great look here from the side. I just couldn't convince myself she took a big enough step out of her front skeleton. She splays out up front. I think the genesis of that is she's just a little vertical in her shoulder angle. Heifer that ends up here in third is a great cow prospect. I like the depth of body, the fleshy knees, and the easy keeping look that she exemplifies here from the side. She's probably not extended up through her front end, but I still think it balances up with the rest of her framework. For a show heifer, I'd maybe just like to tone her back a little bit in condition and give her a little more pin width. Heifer that comes next in 4, it's a close decision between 4 and 5. I landed on the heifer that I think is a little bit more moderate. I think that frame score is going to be more conducive to getting along in production. I think kicked off a show feed, she's probably going to be the one that'll look better as a cow. Now, she's a little frailer from the hocked around than what I term to be ideal, but a nice heifer here that maybe just not quite as fancy up through her front end as the cattle in front of her. There's more femininity and extension in the heifer that falls next. She's a strong spine, got some depth of body, takes a long step out here. I'm just like to tone her down a couple frame scores for my taste. We get behind the cattle, the low pinned heifer maybe reveals some flaws. She'll kind of taper from hooks to pins. The white heifer that falls her is more honest in her condition, really long and extended. From the top of her poll to the top of her shoulder blade is awfully long. I think you have to appreciate the fact that she's more genuine in terms of her condition out here. She's one that I'd like to just give a broodier center to, and she too's one we could power up we get behind the cattle. Heifer, the closest of the class, does have more spring to her rib. I think she's also bigger topped. One that I'd like to make just a little bit more coordinated out of her hind leg travel. She'll kind of push and roll a little bit out of her spine as well.
Congratulations, your champion spring bull calf over here in your percentage Simmental Bull Show, exhibited by Elmore Cattle Services, XTB Cattle Company, and Seldom Rest Farms of Oklamas, Oklahoma, with Seldom Rest Crossover 1090J and reserve in that division, exhibited by Tubmill Creek Farms of New Florence, Pennsylvania, with TMCK Hendricks 845J. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now bring in Class 34 percentage Simmental bulls born February of 2021. Well, congratulations over here in your Simmental ring. Results of your junior bull calf division. Champion goes to Berlowitz Cattle of Cushing, Oklahoma, with Conrad 412J. Next in is Class 35 percentage Simmental bulls born September and October of 2020.
We got another great class of cattle out here, and top pair that I think is just extraordinary in terms of quality. Boy, these two here look like they're going to have a fun show career ahead of them, and more than anything else, they look like they might have even a bigger impact when we get them in production. This one that wins, obviously from the side, her remarkable balance is the first to kind of draw my attention, and she's got that alluring look from the side. But boy, you get behind her, that one is built with brood cow power. She's got a lot of spring to her rib cage. She's distinctly bolder all the way throughout her skeleton. She starts really wide at the ground. I like the stoutness of hind leg that she has. Balances up exceptional there. We could probably dial her back just a little bit in the angle to her shoulder in the perfect world, but that one's awfully, awfully good. The Strawberry Roan one's maybe a little bit more extended in her kind. She's definitely longer and cleaner in her neckline. I think that heifer's just got more stretch as we get to her center body as well and length of spine. I like the flexibility, yet that the composure that she's got built into her top. Probably it's no shame that she gives up extra power to my winner, because I still think that she's got more than enough and probably is a dimensional female relative to this breed's population base here, but she just hit a mass deficit, particularly since she's still another one that's got a little bit of condition. She's just not as far along in her depth of body relative to how much she has on her. I like the broody look of the female that resides in third. She's really deep-sided, a heifer that's got a lot of just depth to her heart and sweeps back maternal in her bottom line there. Female maybe that's just not quite as agile when we get the cattle on the go, just doesn't release her hock and pasturing with the flex and freedom of the cattle in front of her. I like the heifer in fourth. I think maybe she looks small in the context of this class, but I think if you go home, this is the size of your keeper heifers. I think that she's the appropriate size and performance there. I like her length of neck. I like that she's honest in her condition. I could pick her up in her pin bone just a little bit. I know she's not as far along in terms of body, but I think that's not going to be an issue once she gets bellied down and more time on feed to catch up with these ones that maybe are kind of as an individual. Heifer that comes next in five, I like the depth of side, the easy keeping look that she portrays here from the profile. We dial around to the front. I don't know if she's gauged as wide as the cattle in front of her. Started to deposit a little extra condition there in her neck and through her chest floor. The big heifer that follows her has got a lot of stretch and extension. She certainly posts a very impressive weight per day of age, compliments of that extra length of body and frame size that she has. I wish she was accommodated with more body to go along with that extra frame. Maybe just reads a little hollow in her flank relative to where her chest naturally sits in her. The female that follows her is another kind of more moderate frame female. I think the top side of her neck reads very feminine, and I like the depth that she has into her midrib. We get behind the cattle, she just can't quite keep pace with the cattle in front of her. She'll pull in at her hock and maybe read just a little more fragile in terms of her bone work. Heifer, the closest of the class, is very honest in her condition. I like the foot shape of that heifer, the depth of heel. She's got some spread to her toe. Female that's a little off in her hip and just gives up mass relative to her contemporaries.
Well, congratulations in our final division here in your percentage Simmental Bull Show. Champion went to JS Simmentals and Minard Show Cattle of Prairie City, Iowa with Harkers Unleashed. Second place went to Circle M Farms and Jordan Stevens with SBC Northgate 795H. And third in that class was exhibited by Schaefer, Maine, Platt, McCrew, and Caldwell with S&S TSSC Limitless 041. At this time, over here in Ring 1, we're going to bring in all of your Champion Reserve winners out of our percentage Simmental Bull Show.
Well, on our Shorthorn side, we got another competitive class of cattle here, and certainly the red heifer that wins, I'm a big fan of. I think she's one that really has a broody center to her. I like the fact that she still composes herself with such a good balanced look here from the side. I don't know if she's the most eccentric female that we've seen, but everything works together in concert. Everything makes sense the way she puts herself together. I like the way her shoulder flows into the front side of her rib cage. And accounting for the fact that she's got some authentic width and stoutness, I still forecast that heifer to be the type that'll actually go out and raise one. I think sometimes we get these show heifers so sleek, we're not able to generate that next generation. I think this female is able to do that. Now, we maybe could give her just a little bit more bend in terms of her knee and into her hock to make her even better, but she's an awful good one to get started with here. The roan heifer that comes in second, stopped and parked. This one can really give you a great look here from the side. I like the strength that she's got out of the back of her shoulder in concert with being deep in her rib. I think that really balances her up with a symmetrical view from the side. When the cattle are pulled to lead, she maybe kind of reveals some of her flaws. She'll pull in at the point of her hock and maybe start to taper a little bit from behind. The big heifer that winds up in third, I like the stretch and extension that she has. She's really long and extended up through her front end. She's a little chiseled out in her throat latch to the point where she's a little tight and shallow in her jawline. Unfortunately, that trend continues from there back. She's maybe a little bit more modest in terms of body and runs out of power from behind. Heifer that falls next is a big opened up female. I like the skeletal width that she's accompanied with. Certainly been dealt some natural thickness when we get behind the cattle. I dial around to the front three-quarter shot of that female, and I just like to shape her a little different. I think she's a little wider at the edge of her shoulder blade relative to her pin set. That leaves me a little apprehensive about her from a calving knee standpoint. Another one we could strengthen up into her top line. Heifer the closest to the class, moderate in her frame, got a lot of outer projection to her rib cage, and I admire the fact that she looks like she's in the right class from an age perspective. She's one that'll kind of cross up her back leg, got a bad habit of maybe getting just a little stiff in the way she operates her hock and pastern.
Congratulations, your grand champion percentage bull goes to JS Simmentals and Minard Show Cattle with Harkers Unleashed. Again, congratulations. Our grand champion percentage bull was exhibited by J.S. Sementals and Minert Show Cattle, and reserve champion exhibited by Circle M Farms and Jordan Stevens. We are going to take a brief photo break. We will get started with Class 37 purebred Semental bulls born April and May of 2021.
Well, we got a great heifer to lead off this class, one that's really picturesque in the way she composes herself here from the side. Big fan of this one. I think her skeleton is built for the long term. I make that assessment based on the fact she's got some slope to her shoulder, operates with some range of motion out of her front skeleton. Length of hip relative to her length of body, certainly right where I want to be at. Got a good functional set to her hock. One that really like where her chest floor sits up in her there. You know, her neck's maybe not the highest, but it's still really long and extended and attractive in terms of the way she puts it together there. You know, she's one that probably isn't just the most overwhelming for power, but I think she's in a great situation to stay in the right kind of rig that she is now condition-wise. I think she's got a very bright future in front of her. You know, there's more just performance to date in the heifer that resides in second. She's a little rounder at the base of her forerib. I like the authentic roll that she's got coming out of the backside of her shoulder. It starts by the fact that she's just a little wider through her chest as well. You know, the heifer that's a little more pronounced in her tailhead probably doesn't utilize her hind leg with quite the freedom and agility as the female that wins this class. The third place heifer is one that I like a lot up front. Boy, she's really long-necked, extended, still got some depth as we study her to her midrib there. The frail-jawed heifer maybe is one that I'd like to just power up when we get behind the cattle. Heifer, the closest to this particular class is one that's strong in her top, particularly out of the back of her shoulder. Very impressive the way she hooks up in that regard. Her spine actually probably got a little bit more muscle when we get behind the cattle than the heifer that stands directly in front of her. You know, she's one I'm a little worried about long-term in production, just like to see her more practical in her rib design.
Well, congratulations. In Class 19, first place went back number 50129. ZSF Grand Rosemary's Belladonna, exhibited by Kennedy Arthur. Second place was exhibited by Jensen Wursler. Third place exhibited by Lane Patrick McCall. And fourth place was exhibited by Nicole Backen. We'll now bring in Class 20. This will be your final class before we select our junior heifer calf champions.
Well, thought-provoking trio in this class. We got quite a bit of quality, but they come to us in maybe some different size and shapes. I think the strawberry roan heifer that wins does so pretty handily. She's one to me that I think really puts herself together and a great look here from the side. I like the spring to her rib cage. I like the fact that heifer's got some length of body and still pulls together a strong top line. Reads pretty fundamentally correct in terms of the ground and where her feet land and being very square. A female that's got some dimension we get behind the cattle. And I think she's a little more appropriate in her frame size than the heifer I landed on here in second. The white heifer has got some cool pieces. I dig that thing's feet. They're stout. They're durable. The depth of heel that she has looks conducive for holding up in the long term. That one's got some width. To get on top of the cattle, she's got a lot of natural thickness out of the backside of her shoulder blade there. I just like to tone her down a little bit in terms of her frame size. I hope she kind of stops growing up and bellies down, because if she does that, that one could be awful tough long term. I thought the red heifer that was in third, she made a strong case to move up. She's more appropriate in her frame design for me, or maybe a little bit more palatable in the way she presents, or just trying to project what her outcome is as a mature cow. I like that depth of heart that she has, the sweep that she's got to her bottom line there. A female that I wish maybe was just a little looser in terms of the way that she used her pasture, and female we could see maybe take a little longer step up front, but boy, that's a moderate, very good balanced replacement female. Heifer that follows her is another one that I like in terms of taking a long stride, a little extra set built into her hock, but it actually aids in her functionality because she overstrides out here. I like that about her. Got some depth to her heart as well. Just from kind of her last rib back, she kind of falls out of bed, maybe gets a little lower in her pin set and wants to taper out from behind. Heifer closes the class, a strong top, long-bodied. Certainly like the way she's put together. Naturally starting to fill up in her sternum with maybe a little extra fat than what I term to be ideal, particularly since she reads a little modest in terms of the depth to her flank.
Well, congratulations over here in the Shorthorn ring. Results of Class 20. First place exhibited by Henry Allen. Second place went to Benjamin Allen. Third place in that class exhibited by Eli Matthews. Fourth place, Laramie Piper. And fifth place is exhibited by Kaya Hendrickson. Now over here in ring 2, we'll bring in all of your first and seconds and select a junior heifer calf champion. Looks like we are about ready to get started over here in the Simmental ring. We'll be getting started with your Purebred Simmental Open Show, starting with Class 37 Purebred Simmental Bulls, born April to May of 2021.
Well, I'd like to extend my compliments to the Shorthorn exhibitors out here, folks. If you don't mind, let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause. Well, it's difficult to overstate how impressed I am with the breeders out here and what you guys have brought today in terms of, this exposition. We got some cattle out here that represent an opportunity for some rapid genetic progress. I think we got some females out here that are about ready to really leave a mark on a breeding program, and we could see kind of some cow families be built around in the Shorthorn breed in the next, decade here, and I'm really excited to get the opportunity to discuss them with you. It goes without saying, there are probably going to be a lot of different favorites sitting ringside. I won't be surprised if a couple of them maybe go home and lay down as cows and prove me wrong, and I hope they do in the long term. I'm just going to try to describe the differences that I see and kind of help you see what I was thinking here. Heifer that kind of pulls the start there, wins that first class. I really like the stoutness of bone that she had, the flexibility. I thought she was just leaner and more honest in her condition. The female that was in second, I thought she was quite a bit sounder in the way that she was assembled out of her front skeleton. Maybe we compare her back to the females that stand directly behind her. She's not as broody in the sweep to her bottom line. Maybe you could see her just a little bit more chiseled out up there through her front end. Heifer that wins the second class, we discussed her. I think she's one that, just exemplifies balance from the profile. Boy, her height to length ratio is very aesthetically pleasing. She has just got such a nice look in terms of where her chest floor naturally is driven up in her relative to her midrib. Got that big, stout hind leg. She plants it with conviction and really operates with so much authority as she sets the surface out here. And when we get behind the cattle, boy, she is built with brood cow power. Wide skeleton, but still lays her that dimension over her framework in a way that does not impede her skeletal correctness. I like that about her awfully well. I commented on class that I like the height of shoulder that she has. Now, she achieves that by being just a little vertical in the set to her shoulder, and that's probably where I change that heifer, maybe make that trade-off just a little bit. But, boy, that one is one that certainly looks like she's got plenty of power to generate. Big-time show heifer, but maybe an even better cow. Heifer that wins the next class. I like the depth of body, the looseness of structure that she has out here. Female that maybe projects her neck a little low out of her shoulder, and then I think the edge of her shoulder blade maybe doesn't fit into her forerib quite as seamless as some of the cattle that stand on either side of her. Heifer that wins the next class, she's one that I talked about. She's just built the way that I like them. Without question, my favorite in terms of her skeletal correctness in this lineup. I think the slope to her shoulder and the set to her knee is certainly conducive to her really having a good career in front of her. I like where she's at frame size. I think that we need to make these cattle a little bit more moderate as a whole, just to ensure that they can still get along out there in production. I appreciate that about that heifer. Underneath that high-quality hair coat, I just wonder, does she just got enough just stoutness at her foundation and width, the skeleton? That's probably where my question is on her. You can't build them any better than she is in terms of structure and look. Maybe could use just a little bit more width. Then the heifer that wins the last class, this one is one that I think if you start talking about a breeding program, she could do some pretty interesting things. That heifer is out on the edge and is a population outlier. I think just in terms of the spring and arc to her rib cage, she is so powerful, just chock full of dimension. She's distinctly the boldest heifer in this lineup from every single angle, and she still composes herself with a balanced look here from the side. Now, when the cattle are on the go, that's where I get a little worried about her. She'll pitch and toe up front. You see her shoulder sets a little wider, and then she'll kind of swing that hind leg outside of herself. I don't know what environment she's going to go to, but I worry about that heifer holding up on ice as kind of wide tracking as she is. So outstanding lineup up here. There's several you could use. My favorite's the gentleman out of class number 2. He's going to have your champion.
Congratulations. Back over in your Shorthorn ring, we have the results of that last division champion exhibited by Miller Smith of Pendleton, Indiana, and reserve goes to Kennedy Arthur, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're now bringing in Class 23 Winter Heifer Calves. Back over in the Simmental ring, we have started your Purebred Simmental Bull Show. First place exhibited by Bloomberg and VH Cattle of Barwick, Illinois with BCR Loyal 308. Second place in that class exhibited by Jordan Stevens with SBC Stockman 868J. Third place went to SVJ Farm of Amity, Pennsylvania with SVJ Primetime J43. Fourth place in that class was exhibited by Walker Housley. Fifth place exhibited by Kroger Cattle Company. Sixth place exhibited by Knapp Cattle. And seventh exhibited by Martin Farms. Now coming into ring 1 is Class 38 Purebred Simmental Bulls born in March of 2021.
Well, we kind of initiate this new division here in the Shorthorn show. The pair of cattle that, kind of both have got some stretch and some outline to them here in terms of length of body. I read just a little bit more genuine stoutness in terms of just the feature at the heifer that leads off this class. I think she's also been dealt just a nickel more depth of body. Despite having maybe just a little extra leg underneath her, I still think that she reads to be the easier keeping female long term because she's leaner to date, and I still think that she's also deeper in her heart. Heifer that comes in second, I like the skeletal width that she has. She's got some spring to her rib design, big broad pin set. I hope she bellies down as a bred, but I'm also worried that that might make her look even a little more pinched down in her loin. A heifer that maybe is a little deeper in her chest relative to her flank line. Another good class of shorthorn cattle up here. I think that there's maybe a trio that are a little tough to put together, and certainly wouldn't argue if you like them a little different. Heifer that leads off just looks the broodiest today. She's got the most sweep to her bottom line. I like the fleshing ability that she has and the structural correctness. That in concert leaves me the most optimistic about this heifer in production. I think she's going to be one that'll be an excellent cow for this young man. When I get behind the cattle, I would like to just see her a little wider as we study her from hooks to pins. She's got a bad habit of wanting to play out from behind. Heifer that comes in second makes a strong case to start. I think she's got a lot of gas left in the tank. That heifer is extremely bold. She's without question the biggest hip, the most dimensional, and she's really long and extended up through her front end. I like the set to her hind leg. I actually think she gets out here and has a lot of reach out of her rear leg there. She may be just a little stoved up out of her front skeleton. Doesn't quite fit her step just because her front leg doesn't get quite far enough behind her there. I think belly down as a bred, that one's going to look awfully good. Maybe just not quite as sappy as the cattle that stand on either side of her today. The third place heifer is one that's really loose structured. I like the depth of body, the stoutness to her hock, and from there down, and the foot size and shape is exceptional there. We get behind the cattle. I just couldn't convince myself she had enough. The heifer that kind of collapses in at her knee follows suit from their back by being a little flatter in the projection to her rib cage and playing out from behind. Young lady's heifer that comes next, probably female that looks a little bit more moderate in the scope of this class, but I thought structurally she was the one that I was a little more comfortable with in terms of the way she's put together. Like to see her balance up better from chest to flank. The big heifer that follows her has got a tremendous amount of performance. I like the depth of body that she has here. Starting to fill up a little bit there in her chest, and then she's a heifer that I think maybe shifts a little extra weight on her outside hoof wall and kicks up in her tailhead. Then the heifer the close to the class got a tremendous amount of bone. I like the strength atop, the roundness of her rib cage. She reads a little shallow in terms of her rib design. Heifer that's more abbreviated in her step off either end of her skeleton. I think that's predicated by the fact she just seems more durable in her foot shape.
Congratulations over here in the Simmental ring. We have the results of your First Division Spring Bull Calves champion exhibited by Bloomberg and VH Cattle, and reserve exhibited by Jordan Stevens. We'll now bring in Class 39 purebred Simmental bulls born February of 2021. Back over in the Shorthorn ring, results of Class 24. First place was exhibited by Cooper Lottery. Second place exhibited by Riley Bivens. Third place, Cyrus Cornegie. Fourth place, Aubrey Hood. Fifth place, Wesley Stone. And sixth place, Helen Spears. Now in the ring is Class 25 senior heifer calves.
Well, confronted with another nice class of shorthorn heifers, I elected to lead off with the one that just reads the most maternal in the way that she's built. I think that the big advantage and the key difference that separates her between the heifer and second is she's just bigger footed, stouter bone, and just more comfortable in the way that she gets out here and goes. I like the flex and the fluidity that she uses her hock with. From there up, that heifer's still got a great look from the side. I like the depth of body, the length and extension that she's got up front. You know, her shoulder blade maybe could connect up just a little smoother, and we could see her just built a little stronger out of the backside of her shoulder, but that's a good one to get started with. I think there's maybe just a little bit more turn to the rib cage of the heifer in second. I also read that heifer to have a little more natural thickness when we get behind the cattle. Now, some of that is aided by the fact she got a little more bloom and condition on her today, but I still think if those cattle are in comparable condition, that female still would be the heavier muscled option. Unfortunately, since she's carrying a little extra condition, she's just having a tougher time keeping pace on the go. The smaller footed heifer is a little straighter in her hock and consequently gets a little more abbreviated in her step. The red heifer that comes in third, I like some pieces of this one. Boy, she's long and extended up through her front end. I really appreciate the fact that she's more honest in her condition than the cattle that stand on either side of her. And then she's one that expresses quite a bit of dimension when we get behind the cattle. She's got a bad habit of wanting to get just a little low in her pin set. Big naveled heifer cuts up in her flank and heart, and maybe that kind of throws her bottom line off just relative to her chest. The white-hearted heifer that stands next is moderate in her frame. She's got some length up through her front end. I like the depth of body that she has. A little extra set built into her hock, but it aids in her functionality. Unfortunately, she maybe reads just a little bit more generic in her hip and hind leg from an attractiveness standpoint. A deeper chested heifer maybe could be just balanced up a little better. Heifer the closest to the class, big, extended. I like the performance and the weight per day of age that she's achieved. I'd like to tone her back a little bit in terms of her condition. She's starting to fill up some white tissue up high and down low, and still reads a little more streamlined in terms of her belly.
Well, congratulations in Class 39. First place went to back number 60519, Gen X and 4-Point Livestock with FPL Jurisdiction 103J. Second place was exhibited by Floyd and Amber Robinson, and third place exhibited by H2O's Farm. Now in ring one, we'll bring in Class 40 purebred Simmental bulls.
Well, challenging top pair of cattle here, and I think it's thought provoking the way that they're put together. Heifer that leads off is just more moderate in her frame. She's bolder, sprung, more dimensional, and I think that she's one that I project to be a little bit more appropriate in her frame size as a mature cow. Now, I would like to pick her neck up and send it a little higher out of the top side of her shoulder. And more than anything, I just like to lean her up. She's starting to fill in just a little bit down there through her chest and cake up around her tailhead. The white heifer was the one that struck me harder when they first came in. I like the set to her hind leg, the spread to her toe. She got enough depth of body relative to her frame size, but she's getting a little on the bigger side of things, and at times she'll kind of park her front end a little wide at her knee. Heifer that comes next in 3, strong top, one that's got plenty of spring to her rib design. Fleshing ability is good on that heifer as well. Her sternum and chest has dropped out maybe just a little bit relative to her flank. I think it's exacerbated by the fact that she'll kind of roll up in her spine on the go. Heifer the closest to the class, deep-sided, long-necked, like that about her, moderate in her frame size. She could release her hock and pasture a little better, just like to build her more durable in her footwall.
Well, over here in the Simmental ring, we are selecting your Champion Reserve Junior Bull Calves. Back over in our Shorthorn ring, results of Class 26. First place exhibited by Hunter Lehman. Second place in that class was exhibited by Gabriella Leon. Third place exhibited by Joshua Blakeman. And fourth place in that class exhibited by Abby Scott.
Well, we got a good balance replacement to lead off this class here. I think a female that certainly has got a lot of quality to her there. Maybe not the slimmest neck, but her neck attachment's excellent, and her chest floor is driven up in her. I like the fleshing ability that she has and the dimension as well. We maybe could see her just a little bit leaner as an individual, but a good place to start. The second, certainly one that's got some bone and some stoutness at the ground. Another easy fleshing type of female here as well. Female that I'd like to change just a little bit in her bottom line. She's starting to deposit quite a bit of white tissue down there through her chest. Doesn't read quite as authentic in the sweep and the broodiness that she's got. Heifer the closest of the class, certainly one that I like awfully well in terms of just length of body, and takes a big step off either end of her skeleton, very long out of her hip. Reads just a little shallow and tubular in her make.
Well, congratulations. Your champion junior bull calf goes to Wayward Hill Farm of Versailles, Kentucky, with Swain Sentinel C102J. And reserve in that division was exhibited by Gen X and 4-Point Livestock with FPL Jurisdiction 103J. Now in the Simmental ring is Class 41 Purebred Simmental Bulls, September of 2020. Congratulations over here in the Simmental ring. We have the results of your senior bull calf division. Champion went to Boyert Show Cattle in Wayward Hill Farm with WHF Entourage H4450, and reserve in that class exhibited by Gerd Show Cattle with SBC Positive Ground 001H. Now bringing Class 42 Purebred Simmental Bulls born March to April of 2020.
Well, we got some diversity of shapes and sizes in this class here of kind of fall heifers. I think female that leads off to me is one I'm just more comfortable in the way she's assembled and just her basic build and her structural correctness. I think she's got more just curvature and bend built into her forearm and knee, and still a heifer that's got some height to shoulder and some elevation up front. I like the length of her neck and the set to her hind leg. You know, we could just broody her up. I think she's one that just reads a little flat and maybe just a nickel hard in her heart, but I think she's one that just structurally is the one I landed on in this class. Standing still, the heifer in second makes a strong case to start. She's tall-shouldered, bold-sprung, dimensional, and really good-looking up front. I'd like to see her just looser in terms of her skeletal makeup. She gets a little straight in terms of her hock, a little posty in the way she plants there from behind, and it's kind of the same story up there in her shoulder and knee. Female that ends up here in the 3-hole is the structural upgrade. I like the spread to her toe. I think that she takes a longer step. Now, that's partially because she's built just a little more set to her hip and hock. From my vantage point, it's the front 3/4 shot when I dial around her that I'd like to upgrade her. She's getting a little fill in her chest, maybe a female that wings out at the point of her shoulder blade and just doesn't blend in quite as smooth. The female that falls behind her, one that's pretty moderate in her frame, strong in her top. The roan heifer is a female that's got some skeletal width. She's another one I wish was more ladylike in the way she was composed in her top line or in her shoulder shape. Female that maybe is one that we could just see a little more dimensional at her hock for being a little wider up through her front end. From a cavity standpoint, I don't like that combo, more shoulder and maybe just a little narrower pin. The red heifer that follows her, standing still, I'd probably move this one one up. I actually like condition where she's at. I like her outline. She draws up with quite a bit of quality from the side. Structurally, she really struggles on the go. She's pretty abbreviated off both ends of her skeleton and her step. I think the genesis of this problem is she's just a little straight in her shoulder and hock. The heifer that follows her is a longer neck female relative to her frame size, bold sprung. Heifer I'd like to just make more durable in her foot shape and see her more coordinated in her hind leg travel. We complete the class with a long-sided heifer that's really strong out of the backside of her shoulder. Just like to see her more massive in her center and more practical in her build.
Well, congratulations in Class 28 over here in the Shorthorn ring. First place went to back number 50175, Callie Turner. Second place exhibited by Kimberly Holland. Third place, Griffin Behrens. Fourth place was exhibited by Sheridan Souls. Fifth place in that class exhibited by Mackenzie Pollard. Sixth place exhibited by Shane Carlisle. And seventh in that class exhibited by Mike and Lisa Hernandez. We'll now bring in your first and seconds and select a champion reserve senior heifer calf.
Really, really nice build class.
Congratulations in Class 42. Over here in the Simmental ring, your first place in that class exhibited by Rock and P Circle M Toll Show Cattle and Red River Farms with Rock and P Private Stock H010. Second place in that class was exhibited by Jones Show Cattle. Third place, Hunter Angus. And fourth place, Paige Backham. Now over in the Simmental ring, coming into the ring is Class 43 purebred semi bulls born January, February of 2020.
As we kind of draw this division of shorthorn cattle to a close here, we probably just don't have as many cows in the country targeted towards this age class. So we maybe haven't had just as many elite cattle at the top end, but I still think we got a solid set of replacements out here that do some things really well. We got some cattle that really got a practical look and project that easy keeping look we're after. Maybe got a few of them that are a little bit more showy in terms of their type and kind. So we got some differences to kind of keep in mind here. There's one of them that I think as she gets out here maybe stands out amongst her competition of just having a little bit more style, a little bit more eye appeal, and still a really nice hind leg. This young man now, class number 3, is going to have your champion.
Well, congratulations over here in the Shorthorn ring. Results of that division: champion exhibited by Carter Meyer, and reserve champion that division exhibited by Cooper Lawtree. We'll now bring in Class 32 late spring yearling females. Back over in the Simmental ring, results of Class 43. First place exhibited by New Trend Cattle Company, Curtain Show Cattle, and TC Reds with New Trend Guinness 1H. Second place in that class exhibited by Shockey Farms Incorporated of Westmoreland, Kansas with SFI Lead Off H35Z. And third place in that class exhibited by McFerrin Farms with McFerrin's Decisive 002H. Now going to bring in your first and seconds in Select Champion Reserve Junior Bowl. Congratulations, your champion junior bull goes to New Trend Cattle Company, Curtain Show Cattle, and TC Reds with New Trend Guinness 1H. And reserve in that division
Well, we got a good class of big shorthorn bred heifers out here. Boy, it's really tough to get cattle at this stage of the game and keep them fresh and composed, and that's why I like both these heifers. They come to the forefront pretty awfully good, and Heifer that wins is one that's just so massive in her center body. Boy, she's just so deep and broody. And then she keeps her top line together with such a skeletal strength and composure. I love the angle her neck shoots out the top of her shoulders. She's not the longest neck, but boy, it's just super cocky, and her chest is driven up in her. She's one that takes a big, long, athletic step out here in terms of her structure as well. Standing, she's maybe just a little straight in her hock, but boy, she gets out and uses it really well. Awful good one to get started with there. Heifer that comes in seconds, maybe just a little longer and more extended as an individual. I like the fact that she reads maybe a little leaner down through her bottom line in terms of her undercarriage there. Female for me, that if I could change her just a little bit, I'd maybe just upgrade her foot shape and give her just a tick more width from behind. I like the spring of rib and just the moderation of frame size of the heifer that comes in third. That heifer is long-sided, still got a good, robust turn to her rib cage. She reads a little off in her hip and maybe pulled in at just a nickel at the point of her hock. If we could make her just a little bit better in terms of her hip and hind leg posture, I think she could move up in this class because I like the freshness that she has. Stopped and parked from the profile, the fourth place heifer's really got a good look. She's tall fronted, neat in her neck attachment. The high tie-in replacement draws back with a lot of quality in her lines. I just don't see quite as much brood power when I get behind the cattle. I read her to be a little closer to average in terms of pin width. The heifer that follows her is more moderate in her frame. She's one that's really round and bold in her rib design. I like the spring that she has to her rib cage, and that's probably predicated by the fact she's gauged awfully wide at the ground. She's got a tendency to run downhill and project her neck just a little low, a female that I'd like to give just a little bit more foot and bone underneath. The big white heifer that follows her is one that can outline with a tremendous amount of quality. She's stouter featured than the heifer that comes in front of her. I think she's actually got more spread to her toe, and she certainly catches her step every time. I just wish maybe we could tone her down a little bit in terms of her frame size and open her up. She's a little gathered in her teats for my personal taste. The heifer that follows her is moderate in her frame, bold rib, without question, just got the most muscle expression in the class. But I think sometimes that extra quarter down low is insinuated by the fact she's a little low pinned, so that compresses her muscle system. As a consequence, her being a little round in her muscle, she'll kind of toss her hind leg outside of herself. Heifer that closes the class is very strong in the way she hooks up out of the backside of her shoulder. Level made, certainly like that about her. She's one that just doesn't read as practical in her rib design.
Well, congratulations. Back over here in the Simmental ring, your champion junior bull was exhibited by New Trend Cattle, Curtin Show Cattle, and TC Reds. And reserve in that division went to Rockin' P, Circle M, Tool Show Cattle, and Red River Farms. Results of Class 44 over here in the Simmental ring. First place exhibited by Elmore Cattle Services, ETB Cattle, and Owen Bros, with OBCC Goose GB17, and second place in that class exhibited by TW Cattle Company. Now in the ring is Class 45 purebred Simmental bulls born March to April of 2019. Well, congratulations over here in the Simmental ring. Your champion Your first place in Class 45 goes to Nesparenko Genetic Groups of Tecumseh, Nebraska. We're now going to bring in your first and seconds and select the Champion Reserve Senior Bull. Congratulations, your champion Senior Bull, exhibited by Nesparenko Genetics Group, and reserve champion, exhibited by Elmore Cattle Services and XTB Cattle and Owen Brothers. We're now going to bring in all of your division champion and reserves, and our judges will select their grand and reserve grand champion, purebred Simmental Bull.
Well, this is just an extraordinary class of cattle. And boy, we got some differences out here. I wouldn't argue with you if you like them a little different than I do. I'll just try to describe what I saw and kind of give you the reasons I landed on what I did here. The heifer that leads off to me, I think, is just quite a bit more honest in terms of her condition. I really admire just how much more authentic just her bone and width is. She probably doesn't just have as much maybe hair on her legs as a heifer in second, but she's got quite a bit more just foot size and stoutness. And because I think she's leaner and more honest, I think she just reads a little bit more agile in terms of her look. Love her extra length and extension up through her front end. And boy, when we get behind the cattle, she reveals herself to be just the broader pin, more dimensional option. Now, just her flank line is a little modest for a bred heifer. I'd like to belly her down, but I really value the fact that she's more honest in her condition. The longer muzzled heifer maybe could use a tick more body, but I do like that heifer awfully well from a breeding value standpoint. Heifer in second's the first one to catch my attention. Boy, she is just really tremendous in the sweep that she's got down low. I love the body that she has. She's got such a great look from the profile. That one looks like a cow. She's got some depth to her jaw. I think the length of her face is better than the heifer that wins the class. She's just looked easier, keeping kind, and certainly made a strong case to start. I think the angles of her skeleton read very, very functional. She's just carrying a little extra weight in combination with being just a little smaller footed at the ground, and so maybe she's just not as fluid in her stride. But boy, she's a great structured heifer. Don't get me wrong. I just wish I could have seen her about 100 pounds ago, just more leaned up and toned up. She just gives up some power relative to my class winner. Heifer that comes in third's got a great look from the side, maybe a little bit more leg underneath her, but she's accommodated with enough body to help her balance up. I think a heifer that takes a big step out of her rear skeleton, we like that about her. She's maybe naturally a little cinched up in her heart relative to being dropped down a little bit in her chest. Those two things in concert maybe throw her balance off, but I like the teat quality of that heifer. The female that comes next in 4 balances up a little bit more appropriate. I like her frame size better than the heifer in front of her. A heifer that's got plenty of depth of body. She's another one maybe that's starting to fill up in her chest just a little bit. I'd like to see her just a little bit more coordinated in the way she handles her front skeleton. Heifer that follows her, the red female, is one that has got some spring to her outer rib cage. Certainly like the fact that she takes a long step off either end of her skeleton. Maybe just not assembled quite as nice from the profile from a balance standpoint as we get to her flank and where her pin set naturally sits in her. The heifer that comes next that makes the turn, probably a female that hooks up a little stronger out of the backside of her shoulder. I think her length of body is appropriate for her frame size. I'd like to see her just tougher in her foot shape, and I'd like to make her more practical as we study her in her bottom line. Heifer the closest to the class, another one that's got some shape and actually more expression out of the back of her shoulder than the cattle that stand directly in front of her. We just need to redesign her, particularly at the ground. Her toes are getting kind of long on us there. Just like to see her more durable in her foot design. Well, another really nice class of three big bred heifers out here. I think you could certainly justify doing about whatever you want because we got three excellent cattle out here. The heifer that leads off, I think, just really exemplifies the maternal image from the side. Boy, she's so great in terms of the sweep to her bottom line. Very just broody in her center there. I like her, the refinement of her teats. I think the spacing of her teats looks like she should have a great udder someday. Still a female that's very sleek in terms of her head and neck, and one that's athletic in terms of the way she gets out here and goes. Now, if I in a perfect world, I'd like to seen her about 100 pounds ago in terms of condition. She's carrying a little extra weight on her. She's so athletic in her structure, it doesn't really hold her back, and maybe just takes away from her freshness. Without question, the powerhouse is in second here. This one from behind is stout. I mean, she is as broad in her pin set and dimensional as any of the cattle we've seen out here today. Chest to flank on that heifer doesn't balance up just perfect, and I'd like to maybe see her, for having a little more condition on her, just a nickel more body at this stage of the game, but she looks like a bull maker in terms of the amount of power that she has. We conclude the class with a long-sided heifer that's really good in terms of the amount of body that she has. She takes a really long step. She stays within herself when we get behind the cattle. She's getting a little long on her rear pasturing for my taste, and another one maybe we could lean up just a tick relative to the amount of width that she has.
Congratulations over in the Shorthorn ring. Results of Class 36. First place went to SS Max Rosa 029 ET, exhibited by Cash Lehrman. Second place, exhibited by Harley Sargent. And third place in that class, exhibited by Caliana Mills. We'll now bring in your first and seconds, and our judge will select his champion and reserve juniors.
Well, on our Shorthorn side, we've got to kind of draw things to a close here in this division. We got four really extraordinary heifers representing each particular class here. I've enjoyed working through them here. They're kind of on opposite sides of the spectrum, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's some different show ring or show side favorites and these two that I picked out here. I'll just try to tell you the differences that I see. The kind of white striped four-ribbed heifer here is one that I really appreciate how lean she is. I know that it's tough to manage these show cattle. Some of them we've got just so much practicality and doability bred into them that they can get a little unruly in terms of their condition, and that kind of detracts a little bit, in my mind, from their femininity, and it can make them just a little tougher moving than what we term to be ideal. This heifer, to me, I think is extremely lean. I know she's not one that is deep and sappy bellied, but I think if all the cattle in this lineup at the same level of condition that this heifer is, there would not be as much spread in depth as what you'd anticipate, and she's extremely long-sided too. What I like about it is that she's so long and extended up through her neck that she's still big and opened up when we get behind the cattle. Her pin set is broad. She's really stout in her bone work. She catches her step even though she's long-sided every time, and she's one that's really honest in terms of her condition, as I alluded to already. Now, if I could change her, the longer muzzled heifer probably could be just a shade deeper in her flank, but I really value the fact that the rig that she's presented in here. Talked about the heifer, the one that second class here, and this one just looks like a cow. The young man does such a good job of putting her together. I love the sweep to her bottom line. I like how broody she is in her middle. She's got a great set to her hind leg. She's probably one of the only heifers that have come through the ring that is so elite in the way that she's assembled in her skeletal makeup. Even though she's a little heavy condition, she's still able to get out here and just motor with the absolute best of them, and that's compliments of just how organized and functional her skeleton is assembled. I like the refinement to her teats. I think she's going to have a great bag someday. You know, she's not as just true and stout as the heifer in front of her, and then she's one, as I mentioned before, I think if I could just saw her about 100 pounds ago, she probably would have won this division, probably going away. So it's a close decision for me. Personally, I like the young lady's heifer the best, so she's going to be your champion.
Well, congratulations back over here in the Simmental ring. Your grand champion purebred Simmental bull exhibited by Nesperenko Genetics Groups with Ignition, and reserve champion was exhibited by New Trend Cattle Company, Curtain Show Cattle, and TC Reds with New Trend Guinness 1H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We are going to get started with your purebred female show here in just a few minutes. Back over here in the Shorthorn ring, your champion junior female exhibited by Brooklyn Frazier of Meeker, Oklahoma with Soul Red Rose 04608 GT. Shelby, who's reserve? And reserve in that division exhibited by Cash Lerman of Spencer, South Dakota with SS Max Rosa 029 ET. Again, congratulations to our Shorthorn exhibitors. We are now going to start with Class 39 Junior Yearling Females.
We got a nice class of big shorthorn heifers out here, and the one that wins, boy, she's got some bull-making pieces. This thing is really neat. I'd be really tempted to see what she does at a breeding program because she's awfully good. Where maybe the traditional strengths of the breed might make it a little easier to protect some of her kind of issues you'd like to change because she's an outlier for just width and power and dimension and for being just so long-bodied and big-ribbed. She's strong in her top line. Her hip is absolutely huge. She's stout and rugged at the ground. A female that's still long and extended up through her front end. She's got some shoulder, and she's probably just not quite as, athletic as a couple of these other ones. But considering the amount of power that she has, accounting for her mass, I still think she moves really well. And I mentioned, I think she's an outlier that could probably really have a positive mark on a breeding program, a nice one to win. The one that comes in second is just more ladylike. I like the femininity that she has. The build of her shoulder just connects in probably a little bit better, and she reads phenotypically like a female that should be a little better from a cavity standpoint. I like the sweep to her bottom line, and I like that the refinement to her udder, the space to her udder looks really nice to me. A good set to her hind leg. I'd either like to tidy her up her chest or just open her up just a shade. If we do one of those two things, I think she probably could win this class. Heifer comes in third, awfully good. Really bold sprung. That's probably as thick-ended. The heifer that wins is probably wider skeleton, but this one's actually got more turn to her lower quarter and probably dimension from behind. She's really bold sprung. She's got just a little bit extra chest there, and it looks like she's kind of favoring that front left leg a little bit today, but an awful good heifer there for this young lady. And then the female that closes the class got a little more stature. She's a female that I like awfully well in terms of the way that she's her neck set being a high tie and replacement. She doesn't have the mass down low in terms of her bottom line, probably just not as authoritative and doesn't plant her hind leg with the conviction of the cattle that stand in front of her.
Well, congratulations in Class 39. First place went to WHR SRVM Cecilia CC 0101ET, exhibited by Brenna Baines. Second place in that class, exhibited by Rick Hogue. Third place in that class, Riley Bivens. And fourth place, exhibited by Cade Lott. Now in the Shorthorn ring, we will look to bring in your next class. That actually was your division champion and reserve. At this time, we are going to bring in your grand and reserve grand champion division winners. And our judge will be selecting his grand champion and reserve grand champion purebred Shorthorn. We would like to let everyone know that is here in the arena. If you have mini Herefords, the check-in will be starting at 1 p.m. outside of door 4A by the scales. Well, back over here in the Simmental ring, we are about ready to get started with your purebred Simmental female show. We'll be starting with Class 46 purebred Simmental heifers born May of 2021. Well, congratulations over here in your purebred Simmental ring. Results of class 46. First place exhibited by Campbell Belcher. Second place exhibited by Lone Tree Simmentals. And third place, Walter Ranch. We'll now bring in class 47 purebred Simmentals born May of 2021.
Well, first and foremost, I'd like to extend my compliments to these Shorthorn exhibitors out here. Folks, we've had a fantastic set of cattle come through the ring today. If you don't mind, let's congratulate them with a big round of applause. You know, I want to thank everybody for the opportunity to come out here. You know, it's safe to say the Shorthorn breed is in really good shape. The cattle speak for themselves; they're incredible, and probably my one regret of the day, I haven't got more opportunity to get to work with some of your young people out here. These junior exhibitors, your board members, are working the ring, did an outstanding job. This is a thankless job. They did phenomenal all day. If you don't mind, let's give the board a big round of applause. It's a great set of kids, and it's a great youth development tool that we got out here. You know, honestly, this is a very humbling for me because the cattle are so good. But I actually showed Shorthorns when I was growing up, and I remember going to Louisville a couple times, and one time I actually got to show under Dr. Hunsley. And I remember Dr. Hunsley discussed cattle in a way that I'd never even heard of before. And it really opened up my eyes and had a profound impact on my life. After listening to Dr. Hunsley, I decided I wanted to be a livestock judging coach at the senior college level. And I ended up getting a PhD and coaching for about 10 years at a couple of institutions. And a lot of that comes down to some of the things that happen in this Shorthorn ring. And so I really appreciate the opportunity to come out here. The other reason it's so humbling is because these cattle are so good. You know, I think each one of these females represents a breeding program. And you don't roll out of bed in your first shot and make a female this good to make it in the ground. Like you don't make, breed one cow to a straw of semen there. These females represent thousands and thousands of hours. You have to make the right breeding decision generation after generation, and it takes time to go find the right bulls and trials and error. And then once we get the calf created, lots of times it takes those families and homes. We got to do a lot of work too. You just can't make one out here that first time you work on it. So it's extremely humbling to think about the time that is invested in each one of these animals. And I don't know about you, but I'm really excited about what these cattle can do for the next generation. We got some females I think will make a big impact on the breed, and we got some cattle out here that I think really represent a rapid genetic improvement. I've tried to stay committed to the cattle that I like all day. I talked about, in the bull show, I want to make cattle that are built right in terms of their structure. I want them to be good in their balance. I want them to be feet and legs correct. But at the same time, understand that we got to add some width into these things because we can perfect structure if we make them narrow. Just like if we're thinking about drafting NFL players, sometimes, if you're going to a combine, you might have a cornerback that runs a 4.4 40, but if you got a 300-pound lineman that runs a 4.8, I know which one of them I want on my football team. And so I think sometimes maybe we got to understand that we need to slide the scale just a little bit to get the kind of punch and width in these cattle that we wanted to see them generate. And there's several of these females out here that I see to have the power to forecast them to really generate for that next generation. So I've talked about them enough. It's a remarkable set of cattle. Thank you again for the opportunity to come out here. You don't understand. It's difficult for me to overstate how important it was for me, and thank you to the breed for giving me this opportunity. I'm going to go show you the two that I like, and thank you again.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion Shorthorn female here at the Cattlemen's Congress, exhibited by Miller Smith, Pendleton, Indiana, with CF CSF Dream Lady 140HXET. Who was reserved? Hey guys, who was reserved? And congratulations, your reserve grand champion in the Shorthorn show, exhibited by Keegan Steck with Saul's Special Chelsea 0453HET. Congratulations to our Shorthorn exhibitors, and a special thank you to our judge, Mr. John DeClerc.